Alright, folks. Welcome back, everyone. 皆さん、おかえりなさい。今日は200日目です。It is day 100, 100. It's day 200. And with the start of every 100, we are going to do a upkeep, tentative takes for Bunpro. I haven't been able to prepare as well as I thought, so we'll see how well this is gonna go. Typically, most of these things are improvised, so I have yet to write what I was going to say in these. We'll see how well I have rehearsed and thought about things. I think one of the intentions of these type of progress reports or reviews of long projects is to understand and reflect on the major topics that I keep in hand, what I currently do habitually, because usually the things I write about will give me an idea of what's on my mind and what's important to me, and all the things that I'm consciously practicing, right? Is not the same, in my opinion, or it's not meant to reflect perfectly curated, scripted, pre-prepared material that I'm simply then performing out. So we'll see. Let's get started with Bunpro. I think I have enough. We'll try to keep it within 2 hours, something like that. Let's start with our typical. So the beginning are our functional things. We'll start with welcome to our tentative takes, right? And what makes these tentative takes are that these tend to happen in 1 year plus projects. And they are meant to be some form of progress report. Right. I won't belabor that point. And the structure that I have come to adopt now come in 3 parts. The first part are the factors. So these are often represented as Likert. I don't really know how to spell Likert. That's a good thing to know. Oh, it's Likert, as in with the T, not a B. Americanisms right there. Okay, Likert scale. So we are talking about a way to represent things that are often objective, right? Then we move to our archetypes. We can use archetypes. I think archetypes has an E. And archetypes are a way to talk about a correlation. So hypothetical correlations. And they are meant to capture periods, right? Periods. Maybe more like topical trends. And usually I pick 1 or 2 archetypes to then compare my personal input. So the last one is personal. And these often reflect my interpretations and like actions right? Actions and response. Yeah, those are our three. So let's cover some factors to frame our talk today. Oftentimes, when it comes to studying, right, because that's our major theme in Bunpro, we tend to talk about volume. Right. Volume. Just gonna use some arbitrary terms like are we, so we have prioritize. Maybe we can kind of argue about it in the sense of contrasting in the sense of quantity and quality, right? That's kind of the overarching theme. And the other one would be depth, right? Depth would be something like foundational. And nuanced would be the word. Usually factors, I try to use words that perhaps embody a lot of the controversy or maybe divisiveness or ambivalence. Then we also have how do I call this? Translation. Actually, maybe we'll save that for a little bit later. Oh, I just lost what I was gonna write. Logic. Logic is another one. So we have linear. Right. I think a better way to think about it is web. So linear and web, as opposed to linear and non-linear. Or actually, yes. And then we have context. We're gonna write one dimension, which is not quite the same as linear and web, and layered. Right. Then there is thinking. Perhaps thinking might be a little too big, but we'll think about it as thinking, which we have memorization. So memory. And association. Right. Thinking might be a little broad because I'm going to be breaking up another factor here. Dealing with, it's kind of dealing with interference. Oh. Or we're going to say overlap. And that's dealing with compartmentalization. Compartments. And I guess, yeah, compartments and organization. it'll be a little bit more apparent what I mean by those terms. And is there anything else? Oh, we're gonna say flexibility. Actually, maybe not flexibility. Recall. And we have accuracy. And flexibility. I think I want to touch upon largely these topics. These are the major topics and the Likert scale. So just imagine that this line is a form of Likert scale. We're trying to view the world or view the factors as anywhere between these largely inversely, like they're non-compatible with each other. So leaning towards one side takes away from another side. That's how I typically contrast this. So these are the factors: volume, depth, logic, context, thinking, overlap, and recall are the topics that I want to cover, because they pretty much explain what I'm going to talk about today personally and where are my focuses. And I believe, in my opinion, this also encapsulates most of the factors that are generalized to be important to someone who may be interested in seeing what they can change, what they can compare when it comes to studying and learning another language, right? You definitely got your volume. I try to start with the most obvious ones, right? Volume, the depth, the logic, and then we eventually get to context. It kind of gets higher in a way, except recall. Recall was the last edition. I kind of skipped recall. I think recall is somewhere in the middle there. And then some of the words I'm using, however, they will be very obvious why I use those words and why they are related to other buzzwords, right? Oh, and there is one more. Output. Reproduction. And creation. So ultimately, I start with the very conceptually top ones that are calculable, quantifiable, and then it becomes more and more, from a thinking perspective, from a learning perspective, a bit more nuanced. So these are the factors. Now, that means that all of these words are going to come up in some way, shape, or form whenever we talk about studying and learning. And they often are at odds. These are the qualities that are at odds with each other. So now let's talk about some archetypes in order to frame our thinking. And right now, the two archetypes I will probably address, since it's analogous to my current state of mind, like where I am in this type of project. That's what I mean by archetypes are hypothetical correlations, and they are topical. They're topical trends right now. So what I see as an optics and the correlations that I see at this very moment, contextualizing this very moment of my project area, which I'll share as a personal anecdote, so those in green, and blue, what I see in the wild, what I observe of these archetypes that are relevant to my overall theme. So my overall theme now is contrasting what I see as a beginner So we'll make beginner in this color. And a intermediate. Right. So let's go through some of the beginners, and then I'll add my personal details in a bit. So when it comes to the beginning, now it seems a little bit more obvious, right? Comes to the beginning, beginners tend to weigh quantity over quality, right? And they do lean towards foundational, about here. Not entirely foundational. Actually, that's a good point, now that I think about it, if I reflect. So, beginners definitely lean towards quantity. Not entirely actually, I might want to exaggerate a little bit more. It's heavily weighted on quantity. Not all in on quantity, but heavily. Now, when it comes to foundational versus nuance, the depth, I think it's about a middle ground here. So there are when you take the quantification, it's a bit of a mixed bag. It's consistently in a mixed bag because it's a bit uninformed, right? Beginner, mixed bag. And then beginner is heavily, I think, nearly exclusively linear when it comes to logic. And then the context is entirely one-dimensional, right? And there's a reason for that, which I will share in a bit. We're going to go through. So thinking nearly entirely memory, there's a reason for that too. When it comes to overlap, compartmentalization is key, but there are some elements of organization. And then when it comes to recall, entirely focused on accuracy. Most of the actions are dependent on accuracy. And then obviously completely on reproduction. So there is one that jumped out at me. The depth one is the one that caught me by surprise. This is one of those things, like when I reflect upon things, not everything goes as planned because it causes me to think about these. One of the goals of doing these sessions every once in a while is I literally do this when I'm working on other skills that I'm not streaming about, like hygiene and nutrition and whatnot. Every so often I sit down, I organize my thoughts, and I write it down, try to look at it, and oftentimes I will find something that I thought I understood, or I thought I considered all the, most of the things to be pretty clear, and you get a surprise like this. The moment I spoke and said maybe they're foundational, I thought, no, that has changed. My thoughts about that has changed. Usually the two archetypes that I pick are segregated on their, like, very observably segregated based on the factors that I chose in order to provide contrast, because I'm using archetypes. So archetypes tend to predicate on strong correlations. So things that are incredibly, some may argue, common sense without even necessitating experience or data. However, for myself, the archetypes are predicated on both of them. Now that I have experience, some of the data might not be so clear, like foundation and nuance juggling. All right? We'll get more into that detail once I complete our contrast. So now we have the intermediate learner, right? You would think that it goes all the way to the right side, but that's actually kind of the expert. We're not talking about the expert because I don't have enough experience, even though I'm not sure where I'm going to ever qualify as an expert. For the most part, intermediate would be something in relative to the beginner in this case. So largely be on the right side, right? So when it comes to intermediate, there's going to be a shift to quantity, but I wouldn't to quality, but not necessarily without the baggage of quantity. I think it's very refractory. And then when it comes to the depth, there is an overall compensation for nuance. However, there is also resistance to that. And when it comes to logic, I think an intermediate is typically on the weaker side when it comes to like the logic, like the development of web logic. We'll get more on that in a bit. And when it comes to context, I would say probably somewhere in the middle. And when it comes to thinking, I think associations start to shine, right? Start to shine. And the overlap, when it comes to overlap, there is some semblance of organization, but I think it's actually below the median, the average, when it comes to other skills. Then when it comes to recall, I almost feel that about here, still below average. Some things that come up creates more flexibility, which I'll talk about. And then when it comes to their outputs, reproduction then gives way to some creation. So more on that in a bit. Now, to identify what I mean by this, so this is at a glance. This is what I think the current trends are. When it comes to why this part, right, the quantity, it's largely dealing with when you think about the beginner, you think about efficiency. And oftentimes it deals with speed. So quantity is emphasized when it comes to efficiency and speed, expediting. Now, where does the quality come in, which it actually is explained on the bottom, but usually it gives way to quality because oftentimes then now there's a slowdown, right, after getting a head start. So slow down for comprehension, or slow down in the sense of more complex tasks, right? More tasks eventually. So this is usually due to the need for compression. So at some point, the emphasis on quality or on quantity becomes the volume becomes too great. So then there will be a slowdown in order to acquire more tasks for compression. Hence, the quality will end up going up. Now, in terms of depth, when it comes to foundational and nuance, it's kind of tough because as a beginner, unsure where to prioritize. My impression is, at first I thought, okay, it's got to be foundational. You go online and you look at foundations. Due to the landscape, so this is due to the landscape of net conflict. So, and we're referring to self-study, so I want to be clear that this is more like voluntary study. It's largely dominated by self-study, so it's largely self-study is the perspective. Technically the term that I would use is voluntary study. What is considered voluntary study? This includes the exception that people will say. When I say if I said self-study, someone will say, well, no, I talk to other people. Like I engage in language exchange. I go on italki to hire a tutor every once in a while. So I stopped at self-study. Self-study encompasses like 80% ish of people's activities that I'm referring to. However, I would use the term voluntary study. You chose to engage in in language exchange. You chose a tutor. There is obligatory study, which is like high school, middle school. It might even feel obligatory for 4-year college for some people's backgrounds. So this is entirely from the perspective of voluntary study. So I'm talking about a beginner and an intermediate. My impressions coming from people who voluntarily study, right? And these comments that I'm making are reflective of that. So when it comes to the beginner, it is unsure because where to prioritize, whether it's foundational or nuanced, largely because there's net conflict. What you might be learning or preventing or putting into habit might be addressing a nuanced problem, not a foundational problem. Like, for example, hey, here's a good one that happens. So an example would be something like the argument of pitch accent, right? There are a laundry list of that creates a bit of confusion when it comes to that. However, this then eventually shifts to nuance, because then when you become an intermediate, you largely covered the foundations over time, perhaps with some gaps. Largely there's a shift to nuance. So that is expected, right? And this is one of the more contentional points. I feel like the most hot takes and conflicts of interest comes from this point. Hence why in both cases they're kind of in the middle. In the middle means it's confrontational. So like the closer something is in the middle, the more likely these issues will become confrontational, largely because it's not quite clear. So as you can see, already foreshadowed that when one becomes an intermediate, there is quite a bit of growing conflict or divisiveness. In the beginning, there are definitely stuff that are far more encouraged or seen as a 0 or 1 situation. You might be thinking like, oh yeah, as a beginner, you would get foundational over nuance. That's not my impression. Beginners are a wild mixed bag. Some people would emphasize things that are incredibly nuanced, and then some would emphasize the obligatory foundational stuff. So it's almost bimodal, which is a reflection of the internet. I put it at the middle because they are all clustered as beginners. When someone sways to one side very, very hard, right? So now when it comes to linear, logic is linear because that simplifies things. So when it comes to linear, you're trying to capture one good instance, right? One good instance. Or not instance. One good workflow. So that means beginner, you find your logic that works. Perhaps it's as simple as looking at the English word, finding the closest resemblance in Japanese, and then using that Japanese to tie it to a read. Linear logic, right? One way, one out, right? One in, one out in a series. That's what the primary focus is on. I'm trying to emphasize that I'm not saying either of these things are good or bad or appropriate. Occasionally I might suggest a favoritism here and there, or generally speaking, when it comes to archetypes, we're trying to talk about why it's being done, right? Like explaining it from the perspective of a beginner. So linear is great because it simplifies things and it allows you to work on one good workflow. Now, when it comes to intermediate, you can see that as a web design. Basically, there are potentially multiple ways in and multiple ways out. So you could enter a task through multiple things. You could start with Japanese, you could start with English. The things that you're strong, you can start in Japanese and then get to the English and then go back to Japanese. And then the output will, like the logic of it, may come out in different ways. Like if you're getting to a sound first, to a read first, you start developing a web type nature. And then when it comes to context, obviously, this flows to context. It simplifies things. Right? And context takes time, right? It is more of a slow expansion when it comes to context. And then when you get to intermediate, now you're flipping, modifying, and of course layering the context. So now contexts have multiple layers, multiple meanings. Things can unfold differently. So for example, you learn something, this is the first context you have is this is the primary context. Like when you have this context, that's what you're going to do. At some point, then you're going to say it depends. It's still the primary context, but due to the nature of the secondary context, you may have to think about the nuances of that. So nuanced, web in and out, using your logic, and the context then becomes layered. There are layers to it. It's not simply a hello, right? Now you're thinking about, well, how do I feel during the hello? Or is the person feeling good when I say hello? Is the person leaving or just passing by when I say hello? Webs, nuanced, and layered, right? Now, when it comes to thinking, obviously, this is the one that I harp on quite a lot as we are transitioning. Strictly thinking is the when it comes to memory, so memorization is the most established habit. It is also requires the lowest effort, which can make this more approachable. So as a beginner, you lean very heavy on memorization because you need a low effort, it's approachable, and also you're trying to establish some foundations, but it might be a little confusing, some foundations. And linear logic is prone to excellent scaling for memory, and one-dimensional context it scales well. So when you're trying to memorize things that are one-dimensional, linear, foundational, and then you're trying to maximize quantity, memory wins. Memory is the most appropriate way to line up. Again, there is a little stipulation here. There's a bit of a wrinkle because generally beginners can invest a bunch of their memories into nuance, which actually detracts from memory being useful. So like this detraction here can be a little tough. when you devote a lot of early memory techniques to nuance, it can be very tough to memorize them because it feels like you're memorizing 6 or 7 different things since they're not connected. Remember, it's linear, it's one-dimensional, it's memory. So when you prioritize memorizing something, every new linear thing, so like when you look at a web, are you looking at it as 4 different linear lines? If you're looking at it as 4 different linear lines, then it's 4 times the amount of things you have to memorize. When things become more layered and nuanced, those webs represent a whole thing. Like the way you interchange the parts and connect them, they are related to each other. So the memory is compressed. You have more value from a single action, higher quality, nuance layering. That means that there's less effort to remember permutations, combinations. Meanwhile, if you're still a beginner and you're thinking, oh, I remember this rule, which then, oh, okay, I'll remember this rule. If you're an intermediate learner, there's a chance those 2 rules are the same rule with a small difference. So then it'd be less remembering because you use less of the memory. If you remember one rule, you are likely to remember the other rule because they overlap like 90% of the time, with the exception of 10%. When you're a beginner, you think of them as 2 separate things. You're likely to think of them as 2 separate things with no association with each other. So at any given time, you would have to remember a larger perceived volume. That's the thing I'm leaning on. So this is what I mean by association. So then when intermediate comes along, there's going to be patterns, redundancies, right? Redundancies, similarities and differences. Then we get to overlap. Now, overlap is an extension of the thinking process. Overlap is when things can get confusing, or like redundancies, similarities tend to be seen as redundancies and similarities, not necessarily similarities to produce differences and similarities to produce patterns, right? So in order to achieve this, beginners think of it as compartmentalized. They typically think the stuff are separate things, right? They're exclusive of each other. This is usually a way to reduce confusion. So what is an excellent example of compartmentalization? Don't use English when you're learning Japanese, because whatever you do as a function of English, if the Japanese is served as a similar function, it creates confusion. So you compartmentalize them. Like Japanese is subject, object, verb. English is subject, verb, object. However, to a beginner, one of the natural tendencies is to simply confirm and say Japanese is subject, verb, object. It doesn't matter what English is. Don't think about English. It's easier to remember and compartmentalize and say, oh, I just have to keep reminding myself that Japanese is subject, verb, object. The more I think about English, subject, object, verb, right? SOV. And you keep confirming yourself, it's SOV, 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 and you're not thinking about anything else that could be related, right? And I would argue there is a shift at some point, but it's not that great of a shift when it comes to the internet's trend, right? This is when you start understanding relationships, and that flows in with association, layered, webbed, and nuance. Basically, You understand the relationship of things, and that creates patterns again, which is like the top, that reduces confusion. So you have two different ways to reduce confusion. Know the relationship between things, so then you can organize them, right? This is why I use the word organization. So now you can organize. English and Japanese are two languages. Their subject, object, verb order is different, but they both have subject, object, and verbs. English is subject, verb, object, dominant, and Japanese is subject, object, verb, dominant. Now, when you remember one, you can remember the other, because now they are associated by an organization of thinking, not because it's disorganized. What is considered disorganized? Well, compartmentalization creates greater disorganization. You can still organize the compartments, but if you don't keep track of how they are related to each other, it's hard to organize them. Like if you're constantly saying, oh, Japanese is SOV, 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 then English is just floating somewhere else in your mind. Like, even if you don't think about it, eventually you'll come to it. It's like, oh, I'm using English now. English is SVO. If someone asked, and you wouldn't be thinking, oh, that's funny because Japanese is SOV by relation. So at some point when you establish enough practice as a beginner, enough to confirm certain things in compartmentalization, it frees up time to organize them. And when you organize that information, they become patterns, which effectively also reduces confusion. Now, why is that important? Because it is accompanied with association, layered webbing, and nuance. So now your memory is being compressed as it's going. Your patterns means that if you can remember SVO for English, it's obviously SOV for Japanese. Not that you have to remember that Japanese is SOV and you have to remember separately that English is SVO. That's the whole memory thing, right? That deals with overlapping, right? Overlapping. Then we have recall, right? Which filters with memory. When it comes to recall, is completely predominantly accuracy prone. Accuracy is quick, right? It meets the necessary quick confirmation. Quick confirm and quick correction. Because when something is focused on accuracy, there's a quickness to it. There is a correct answer to it, and you're simply confirming, which fills and complements compartmentalization, memorization, one-dimensional context, linear logic, hopefully foundational things, but you might not think about it. You might think about it. And the quantity side thing. Hello there, crazy. How are we tonight? We are pretty well. How are you doing? We're going over our 200-day review stuff at the moment. So then as beginners, right, switch over to intermediate, when they reach a stage of intermediate, it is determined by how it's reflected in their recall of how flexible it is. Flexibility accommodates, so it helps accommodate, it helps accommodate ambivalence, like ambiguity and complexity, right? When someone has more answers, more correct answers, right? Open-ended things, like open and ended. So it becomes naturally more open-ended, largely because there isn't only now one correct answer, one quick confirm. There's also negations, the absence of something, the potential presence of something but not observable, the probability of things, hypotheticals. So now you're becoming more flexible when it comes to recall. You're doing excellent? Good to hear, Crazy. Good to hear. And then lastly, the thing that I kind of focus occasionally for an hour or two when it comes to the idea is output. Output becomes a thing as you're getting later and later, because in beginners there is a heavy bias on input dominant practices. That's, reading and listening. Right, so when you're thinking about input dominance, often the quickest, most accurate way, most compartmentalized way, through memorization, with one-dimensional context, linear logic, and establishing foundations with a focus on quantity, is output. As output, it's a reproduction. So we're talking about things like mimicry, right? And recall, like memory recall, right? So reproduction basically is what I mean by reproduction. Then there will be a slight shift into creative. This leads to way of interpretation and expression. And that's internal expression. So things in which it becomes emergent, right? Which is under the idea of creating. You're creating a response. You're responding, you're taking input, and your output is affected by that input, not on the basis of its recognition and like, that's what that is, this is what I'll do. That is what that is, this is what I'll do. That's what I have practiced, that's what I've learned. Instead, now there is flexibility, organization, association, layered response with web-like logic, and nuance to the response, the output that you have created to things. So these are the stuff that have been changing. And then usually I throw in a third person. So me, right? So this is where my personal, where am I now? So personal. And my emphasis, which I'm going to go into in the next hour, some of the stuff that I'm currently doing with Bunpro will illustrate this shift, right? So my criteria nowadays is that I am probably a little bit ahead, or like even further leaning towards quality. And that does mean that I also have a heavier emphasis on nuance. Now, when it comes to web logic, it hasn't really changed. I'm not like very emphasizing. So it's a little bit in the middle where I'm not trying to break the bank and make all these crazy amount of connections. Now, when it comes to context, that's where I'm focusing on. So we're leaning heavy on layered things, and this hasn't changed even when I was a beginner. Like, association is my capitalization. I do not compromise on association. Now, organization is part of that. So I have rarely ever done that. Now, I am being a little less flexible than I typically could be when it comes to recall, because I'm using Bunpro. Bunpro is helping me guide my provide some structured rigidity. So I am exercising a little bit discipline when it comes to the flexibility of my recall. And obviously my creation, when it comes to that, where a little bit more on the creative side, when I would say where intermediates are. However, I do balance out reproduction because I still have information and stuff that I must be able to replicate at some point. But we're leaning heavier and heavier on the creation side. So that is where my current objective, my current thoughts are. Now, where you are can be anywhere on this thing, anywhere on these number lines. The idea is I'm highlighting what are observable patterns that one will continue to do or seek or look for when they are trying to change up particular things, right? Like if you notice that you just want more context, you're leaning heavy on context. Is it from a layered approach or a one-dimensional approach? And those things, all these words will be used to characterize what I'm going to share, which is my current routine, right? So as you can see, I don't prioritize a lot of things. I don't prioritize quantity. So if someone sees my routine, they're going to be ready for that, right? If someone says, hey, but if you're going to do this, you're only going to learn like 20, you're only going to go over like 20 words a day. And they're like, normal average people would go over like 300 words a week or something like that. It's like, yeah, right here. This is what I'm talking about. So, and then someone's like, but why are you so caught up in the tiny details of things? You could just learn the most frequent words and then learn how everyone uses it 90% of the time to save time. Again, explained by the prioritization, right? I prioritize very specific things now. So, and this middle section, right? This middle section is very like, or this whole bottom section is very important. It's my commentary that I share over and over again, even since the beginning. Most of this stuff hasn't really changed. I prioritize layered association, organization, and flexibility whenever I go out to output something or answer someone's problems or something like that. Generally, a person who I see as a beginner is someone who thinks that everything is linear, right? There's only one logical context that it can be in. It is usually how quickly they memorized and recall something, in which they did not associate it with anything else that they could possibly be thinking about, and they simply want to give you the right answer as quickly as possible through the output of reproducing that answer. That is what I would consider as a beginner learner, not of a particular skill. Not a beginner as in the person is silly and like stupid, or that's not the same thing, right? When you are learning a skill and you are developing the skill, it's very appropriate. I'm not saying that these are bad things. There's no like left column is bad, right column is good, right? I'm telling you where my favoritism is, my prioritization, so that when there's a conflict of interest, that when you consider these sliders, they represent the typical contrast between me and another person who I would consider as a beginner learner. So if you can know intermediate stuff, you can know things really, really well. Like you can pass the N3, pass the N2, and still be a beginner learner to me, as in someone who uses the strategies that they stuck with and made it work. It would be interesting to know how they made it work, because a beginner is not worse than an intermediate. It's different. It's the status of what they're doing. So I often observe how people make this work. Like, how can they make consistently using linear logic, single context thinking, right, from memorization and compartmentalizing it, and still produce incredibly great accuracy, and they can adjust to the volumes of Japanese. I'm not saying these are beginner Japanese people. So, like, what I mean is, I'm not saying that a beginner is an N5. That is very different. Many times when I think about beginners, I think about the way they learn. So, if you left high school and you stuck to whatever strategy, like the 1 or 2 strategies that you have since high school, and it served you well, know that in my humbleness, somehow you made what I consider as beginner learning strategies work for you. That's impressive. So I could learn a lot from someone who's able to make that work. Maybe I will change the definition of my intermediate. Like, how can someone rely so much on memorization and still make it work when they get older? It's impressive to me. I rarely do that. Like, it is so difficult for me to think, all right, first thing I'll just memorize it. It's that easy. I'll just memorize it. My first thought is, I'm going to forget it if I try to memorize it. All right, so I need to remember this. What can I associate it with? Well, Japanese has kyo. So what can I associate with? Well, Kyoto is a very famous place in Japan, like that I would remember. So maybe kyo would be just a reminder for Kyoto. And then how would I remember what it sounds like? Well, it's KYO. So that's what I mean. I'm associating it whenever I learn something. The first time I learn something, I'm associating, organizing, layering them as quickly as I can, because I do not rely on one-dimensional memory or linear logic. It can be very efficient when you're first starting out. So technically, I started out very, very slowly. So, like, how do I increase my foundational volume? Very, very slowly. Now, what happens by the end? I would argue that if it's one person and you cloned yourself, it kind of equals out. Like, it's not significantly stronger to do something a certain way over time, because over time that person develops expertise that kind of normalizes the hot takes, like, oh, you should do this first, then find the perfect time to transition to this. Do it and make it work. And then once it makes it work, you kind of just rationalize that it works. So I want to clarify that a beginner learner is not the same thing as saying someone who only understands N5. To this day, I've met a couple people who they're doing their N3s now, and then a few other people who like shared their thoughts on their N1 exam, like on forums. I read a lot of forum things, like Bunpro's forum and Wanikani's forum. And there are a couple who like they passed the N1, and when they shared their advice, it sounded like a beginner learner to me personally. Like, they say, oh, what worked for me was constant being on top of things, being consistent, read, constantly read as much as you can, and like do these things. I do like 3 hours in the morning, 3 hours in the evening doing this task that's constantly increasing the quantity, microdose as much as possible. That is a way to succeed, right? That is their way to succeed. So I wanted to get that out of the way. It will come up again. Most of my digressions during my Bunpro usage revolves around people attaching stigmatism to appropriate either ordered thoughts or like tiered, right? Ordered, tiered thought, and then which one's better? When all of these things exist. They all exist in some sort of balance. You're a beginner in you apply beginner thinking methods in some way, like based on my criteria. Beginner methods on certain skills, and then you might be intermediate on another skill. Like, for example, if I ask someone, what do you do for your artwork? It might be some incredibly complex, layered, nuanced, almost inefficient, right? Overly complicated way of doing art. And then when I ask the same person, how do you eat? I cover my macros. Here are my macros, and that's the only way I do it. I partition and plan all the meals out, and I built them in 1 week, and I never change that. Right? Any singular person can apply these methods. So I use the word beginner and intermediate is because that is my process. I usually go from a beginner-like status to an intermediate status to an expert status when I'm building skills. So and what I'm observing is what I'm plotting. So those who are starting their Japanese language learning journey, right, tend to do this. Those who identify themselves as intermediates tend to weigh this. And where am I? I'm about here, and what I would consider myself as when it comes to like competence, like a competence thing, I would consider myself an intermediate. Where I am now. So these are what I see. What I see right now. And this is what I'm doing right now. So I think I like to do this when I consider myself an intermediate. So it's to provide contrast. I differ, obviously, somewhat from an intermediate learner a hypothetical intermediate learner that I see. And the intermediate learner is very noticeably different from a beginner in certain areas, like especially here. Linear thought, one-dimensional, and memory reliance tend to separate further from a beginner. So this shifts far more noticeably. When it comes to compartmentalization, accuracy, and reproduction, they're still relatively close. That's how you're like viewing this data, right? There's a very noticeable shift to quality, and there's a noticeable consensus. Like, as opposed to a balanced mixed bag, there's an obvious consensus that, okay, now we should pay attention to pitch accent and so on, like the things that are more nuanced, right? And then these things shift moderately, like very noticeably. Like, things are no longer linear, right? They are more interconnected, more layered, and they rely far more on association than memory. And how does this line up with my perceptions? It goes in the same direction, right? Maybe less so here, like I go harder when it comes to intermediate. That's why I have these three different things. You can see that there are parts that I agree with the current trend, and then there are parts that I do even more or not, and then it's generally a shift. So now we're gonna get to the second part, which deals with my routines. So what are the things that I'm doing that will represent this? When I'm going through my routines, it'll be very noticeable that I basically prioritize all the things on the right, or reflective of the things on the right. And anytime someone says, well, but you could get it faster doing it just this way, or not have to worry about this, and you don't have to worry about that as long as you're right, then you'll know. It'll be obvious because I don't prioritize those things. And I won't be saying any of these things anymore. Now I'm going to go over my routine, which would not have to be weighed down by this. All right. So let's start a new page with our routine. Let's cover where it was beforehand. So when we did as a recap, right, from day 1 to day 100, the routine was simply follow the lessons and do the reviews. And this occurred for pretty much 2 months, the first 2 months. So that was January and February. That was my trial period to understand how Bunpro works. So lessons and reviews. And this is for both for this is specifically the N5 block for grammar and vocab. So we continue to do that. And then into the third month, March. So the third month, right? Which ended up being March because we started in the new year. March, I implemented we'll call it the cram month. And cram is in quotations because I also spent some time trying out the other features. So other feature testing, right? Other features. And the one that has been preserved is the cram function. And this was to give my time to settle and use the built-in SRS, sort of, like to look at the SRS, basically SRS testing. And that's a quick recap of day 1 to 100. So we specifically focused on it. And one of the developments during this period was the incorporation of Wanikani ideas, so Wanikani routines, and to a lesser extent, the Duolingo routine that I had. And as well as then deciding which Bunpro features to do in the second iteration, right? So to highlight that, we'll show what we're doing now, like in the second 100 days. So now we have day 101 to 200. And the first 2 months, right? We did the first 2 months again, which now would be April and May. And that is to do the lessons, do just lessons for the N4 grammar and vocabulary. And the way we focused on it was that for the grammar, it would be we start with exposure. So let's do grammar. So for grammar, we start with exposure. Exposure, basically we're reading. Read, explicit. So Bunpro provides the grammar, right? We read it, we look at it explicitly. Then when we read that grammar, we look at relations. So relations is provided in Bunpro. So at the bottom, we look at relations. This creates an organization skill. Right. I prioritize the relations category. So we read through the thing, look at organizations, and that's it. Or like, that's the encoding. That's the vast majority of the grammar encoding. We look at the exposure and then look at the relationship of any existing. So we look at specifically prioritizing already known grammar points. So the goal is we read through it, we read the example, try to understand it, right? Like understand it in the sense of making sure we know what they're describing. And then we go to the relations section and look at already known grammar points. This is to help us establish organizational skills as we're going. It addresses the things I've mentioned in the previous panel. It helps me layer the grammar and show that there are multiple outputs and inputs or related topics to it. So that is the routine that I had for the second half. Now, when it comes to vocabulary, the routine's a little bit different. The vocabulary, we first have the exposure, which is the characters, the character itself. So the initial exposure, maybe not character, we'll just say is the appearance, the visual side of things. So there will be a term, right? The term will be represented in Japanese. Then we would do recall for character studies. Character studies, and this would be the Wanikani routine. We're not going to go over the Wanikani routine anymore because that's been covered multiple times. So we do the character studies. I look at this this vocabulary word, and I use my character studies, which is largely kanji. And the relationship of kanji with kana, if there is kana, like verb ending or a particle compound phrase, a common saying, wanikani. So I test my character studies, right? And when I test my character studies, that also means this then produces, right? This would produce a read, and a sound, or well, a read and a meaning, a read and a meaning. So I go through that exposure to the visual, go through, then I go back around. So these are in clusters. So then I go back around and look. So this is, I'm gonna say this is a pass. So a complete pass. Then we go back around again. And now I would read the Bunpro definition. So all the information. So the Bunpro reading material. Maybe we'll just say read explicit. This means that Bunpro would have provided a translation. There would be a jisho entry where you see all the alternative meanings and the pitch accent and all that, and I would do that. After that, we filter, then we use cross-referencing. Cross-referencing for any dropped, for any inconsistencies. Or similarities, if needed. So that means like I read the Bunpro's explanation and whatnot. I read the Bunpro's explanation and summary, and if there is inconsistencies, we would cross-reference with Wanikani and jisho.org or some other references to bridge the inconsistency, or maybe something I've forgotten, a detail that I've forgotten. So the reason why I'm doing this is it's a layered response, right? I'm consistently encoding with more than one like way of getting to it, or the idea, much like grammar, there's relationships being established, so is the vocabulary. And that's what we did for the first 2 months. Only lessons, no reviews or anything like that, simply lessons. We're not doing the beginner stuff anymore, like the beginner way of thinking where we bootstrap through it and hope that we get it the second time around or something like that. Right? It's largely taking my time, cross-referencing, checking for comprehension, or more or less checking for comprehension and layered response, because there are plenty of information that I can leverage now whenever I'm reading a new thing. Yes, when someone says it's not that deep, my response will be, yes, it is that deep. It is that deep now. Beginners never think it's that deep. Intermediates, experts, generally always think it's that deep. Right? That is the whole point of being a nuanced learner. Eventually, you need to dive deeper in order for it to be interesting. Otherwise, it's functional. If you want to be functional on something, you can very much stay as a beginner learner of most things that are functional, right? I have many skills that are functional and it's never that deep, like walking. Walking has not become deeper than it is functional. Some other people could tell me, oh, there's a lot of nuance to walking, like what type of shoes you're wearing, how you arch your feet, what's your posture like, the mechanics of walking, the different types of speed and it can be that deep for someone that wants to become an expert in it and also passionate about it at the same time. So here, it is always that deep. I care about learning Japanese, right? The aspect of learning. So when someone says, oh, the answer is just this, what's taking you so long? I'm probably deep diving into as many cross references as I can in my head, and instead of being able to vocalize it, I'm trying to do it now. One day maybe I'll become skilled enough to try to vocalize or demonstrate many of these things. This is as good as it gets for the time being. It's a work in progress. So that's what I do when, in general. This is a generalization, by the way. It would take me hours to think about all the things that I actually do in the order of it's doing it. So I would have to go back to Bunpro, do a lesson, and then describe what I'm thinking in the moment. This is a way to organize it and think of it generally. This is what I'm doing, right? Then we get into the third month, which is this month, right? So we're currently in the 3rd month. And the 3rd month, oh no, wait, we're not in the 3rd month. We're in the 4th month. Sorry. The 3rd month actually ended up changing a little bit. So the 3rd month, it was June, which is last month. And June, the original intent was to practice, to do reviews, basically. Reviews. But it didn't turn out that way. It turned out that I basically did reviews for vocabulary. I mean, not for vocabulary, for grammar only. So just for the N for grammar. And the reviews plus cram. That's where cram got integrated. So I set a time limit. It's about like 2 hours-ish. And what I did was I did the reviews as they came up. And if the volume is low, maybe like less than 10 reviews, we added a bit of cram, which the cram is iterating on the reviews. It will pick however N4 from the same N4 block, and we do cram. And over time, the cram became reading only. So this is the routine, right? We have when it comes to review, we have the prompt. We'll read the sentence. So read the sentence. Read sentence. Then during read the sentence, we do a grammar check. So that means like the grammar in the sentence, all of it. We do a grammar check. Everything, right? That is provided there. So this is a grammar check explicit. What's there? So what the sentence is there. Then we look at the blank English translation. So usually these prompts, you look at the sentence, you know all the other parts to it, look at the blank, you can surmise what would go there grammar wise, look at the English, right? Look at the English target word, like they'll provide a target word, something like good or bad or likely the case or probably, that type of thing. And then we would then recall. So then we enter active recall. Of as many relevant choices. Now, some people could say, well, there's only one choice. You're looking for the correct choice. So the quicker you get to the correct choice, you don't have to think about the other choice. I'm not doing that. That is not what I do. I recall and I think about as many choices as I can within a reasonable amount of time. I do have to put a time limit on this because, again, quality over quantity. If you're trying to get through more of your answers and more of your reviews and stuff, yes, it would go quicker if you prioritize just stopping at the right answer. Think only of the right answer. If it suddenly leads down to a wrong answer, stop, go back, try to find the right answer. That's perfectly fine. I'm not doing that. Most of the time, I think of a right answer. If I get the right answer, I will continue to think about other potential answers or other potential ways. the active recall is to think of as many relevant choices. This produces an output for other things while I'm doing the current task. So like, right, どうして、なぜ、しかし, right, right. All the kosoado stuff. What is the difference between そんなに versus そんな, right? そうですか? そうです. そう. All of them. Like they're there to encourage me to think about the relationships between all of them. That is a part that I can confidently say, the longer I do that thing, and just so happens someone comes in, they will make a comment like, it's this. And I'm like, yeah, that's one of the things I'm considering. Not quite the activity I'm doing. Right? Do the to. To for if, right? To, tada, ana, shi, right? Te. There are so many other ways, right? I wa, right? All of them are associated. So the idea is to keep practicing those things. So effectively, when I'm doing one thing, I'm trying to do a lot of things, and those lots of things will reinforce my organization. Then I can talk about it. When someone asks me, hey, is there any other way to say this? I'm like, let's think about that for a moment. I can think of 3 different ways. And the reason I can do that is because that's how I think about things. How do I remember someone's name? I try to remember more than one thing about them. So whenever someone says, oh man, I'm so bad with names. What is that kid with the white shirt on a Tuesday that had black hair? And I'm like, that can be so many things. Like, no wonder you're gonna have trouble remembering that person. White shirt and black hair? How many white shirt and black hair people do you have in your class? Do you have more details? Oh, they were sitting on the first row, second seat to the right, and on that day we were doing mathematics. Then we're getting somewhere. Those things are all relational. They are relating the person. So the conversations you're having, how do you remember a conversation between pleasantries? Well, you have to add something else to the pleasantries. How did they set their pleasantries? In what line did they? And you have control over this too. You can interact with it. Obviously, in this case, this is self-study, so you have to interact with yourself, like self-talk and all that. However, when you're talking to someone else and you try to remember something, like remember a pet or remember something that can respond to you, right? You also have control over what you can collect. So if someone one day says hello, give them a compliment. That might be the defining feature in which you remember them, by how they respond to the compliment, right? You're creating input from output. So active recall. Active recall. So one very important property that I talked about a lot earlier, like way back, like years, almost more than a year ago now, for like Duolingo, for example, one of the topics that I would talk about is the difference between active recall and passive recall. And nowadays, what I'm referring to as passive recall is triggered recognition memorization. So you see it and then you remember it. No more, no less. That is input dominant only response. So when you go to have a conversation with someone, you have no control over that conversation. You hope that the trigger and the confirmation shows up, so then you can reproduce it in a linear, context compartmentalized way. Outside of that, you are no longer flexible, or haven't become flexible enough. You can become inflexible as well, or become flexible over time when you dispense from it, right? When someone says hello and they just happen to be at a train station and the only context you remember how to say hello is at a restaurant, then you're going to be apprehensive. You're like, so does the restaurant, saying hello in the restaurant and the train station, are they different? That is when you're still a beginner learner. That doesn't mean you can't remember. You can up your volume and say, all right, now I'm good. I have remembered how to say hello, precisely how to say hello in 10 different situations, both, and then that includes the restaurant and the train station. But they're not related to each other. They're just, this is how you say hello at a train station. This is how you say hello at a restaurant. Those are two separate things, so you need to remember two things. Meanwhile, if you're someone who's actively recalling and looking for associations and relationship with each other, you can say, well, you can put more or less tweak it a little, and you're doing the same hello for the restaurant and the train station. However, then when you're in that situation, you're like, oh, there are other things I can recognize. If they're in a hurry, then maybe I'll use a different phrase, but it is still related to the act of saying hello. That type of thing. That creates the association. So if you don't actively recall things, especially actively recalling relevant things, then they don't form comprehension. I forgot about that factor, but comprehension is the other factor. Either single-minded or multivariant of form of comprehension. Typically, I would say comprehension deals with at least creating a variance of some sort to you, like relevance to you. All right. So that's what we do. It happens very regularly. This is probably the most common one, where someone would say, do you need any hints? Because I'd be sitting there like, no, it's okay. I'm still going over the points. I think I'm at like point 10. It might not all be in that point, but we're still thinking like, hey, but you've been on this for 30 minutes. I feel bad for you. It's like, no. Like you have to understand, if you told me the answer, it's not that different from clicking show me the answer. Like, the thing is, when someone is helping someone, if they're doing the same thing that they can do functionally with a tool, you're not helping them, right? The thing you're saying, in my opinion, if I had to be so bold, is, hey, I'm tired of waiting. So can I tell you the answer so then you can do something because it's bothering me? That is what's happening, in my opinion. Like, the truth is, when you obviously know the answer, and the person who's thinking, who could obviously hit show me the answer, and your first thought is, I should help this guy get the right answer. By giving them the right answer, you literally made a selfish request because you are bothered by the idea that you know the answer and that person refuses at the moment, or you think they're refusing to look at the answer. That to me is a exercise in self-awareness, right? What have you learned about a person who decides to go over many answers despite possibly not getting the right answer? What are the points of that? And if you're going to give the person the answer, even though the tool they're using has the answer, what is the objective gain here when you're saying you want to help the person? You're not. It's a selfish request, right? Your answer isn't going to be any better than the tool itself providing the answer. So what are you gaining from it is probably what I would express to the person. Like, hey, I know the answer. Do you mind if I give you the answer? Because I think you're, I don't know, using up too much time or wasting too much time, or I think you're boring. And obviously, when you start to get to that logic, the first thing you can say is, oh, I could leave instead. Now we're being objective, right? It happens very often, and one of the people that I knew, like we talked quite a bit and we shared that we reached a mutual understanding. There have been multiple conversations where I had a mutual understanding with someone who says, oh yeah, I just can't, it's not me. I don't like seeing someone who I could clearly just give them the answer and stuff, so I just don't want to watch. There's too many conflict of interest. That's fair. Like, we can be adults about it, right? That is a great way when two people are self-aware. Now, maybe somewhere down the line, someone truly thinks they're helping by doing the thing that I'm pretty sure they're smart enough to know I could do by a press of a button. So I really want to make it genuinely clear. I still appreciate that if they think they're helping, I say the same thing. It's like, oh, don't worry about it. I'm still working on getting the answer. I'm still recalling the many related things. It helps me understand things down the line, right? The one answer is not sufficient, is what it's telling me. Like, if I could recall it, I would try to recall it. If I can't recall it, what do you do? Do you stick with the same thing? Because I wouldn't. That's my point of view here. If I get stuck on an answer, do you think telling me the answer the tool probably has is going to solve my problem? The answer is no. It's probably not. Because then I'll just forget the answer again, because that's all the information I have done. Or that's the only thing I have practiced. That's not learning from your mistakes. That's knowing the right answer. And what is learning the right answer? It's a beginner technique. Repetition through memory. I generally, when I forget something, the odds of me saying, oh, that's the right answer, and then moving along and hope that it comes back around to get me the answer, I usually don't rely on that. In the beginning, I tested it out. So I'm not saying I didn't do it yet to see if it works. Like, we have used SRS for more than a year now in various forms, and no, it still doesn't, it doesn't meet my requirements. So when something is wrong, and then they're like, oh, it's just gonna come up more often. So when it comes up more often, it'll make it more memorable. I don't prioritize my memory. It's cool that some of the stuff I do remember instantly. And guess what? I still don't only remember that stuff. Like, the next time I see the same word, I try to think about, has that word changed? Has that word become more relevant or more things? When a word comes up, I think, oh, yeah, I saw it in an anime like 2 weeks ago. Or, hey, this is topical, huh? Urine. I finally get to say urine, and I was just talking about a foodborne allergen in urine. Like, that's what I mean. Like, if you think things are boring and all you're thinking is you're just practicing the same answer over and over again and nothing ever changes, you're simply maintaining a piece of information, I could project to you that I think that's very boring. And honestly, most people would agree with me. And they will do anything possible to never have to repeat that again. So SRS is very popular because they're trying to reduce the occurrence of doing the same thing over and over again. Because it's uneventful, it's boring. Like, you don't want to keep reviewing when you don't have to because it never changes. And my first thought is, well, that is one way to do it. That is definitely one way to do it. For myself, if I have to go over the same thing again, it also changes. I don't want to do the same thing again. Maybe I'll do it for maybe for a month, and then I'm going to be bored of it. So I change it up. Got to do more. What else did I learn about this word? What else can I do with this word. Even if the word literally itself does not change, the meaning and the stuff that I can associate with it does change. That breathes more life, breathes more meaning. So when I go on a run again, it's not the same run. I have other thoughts during that run. Tomorrow I'm going to go run again, and I'm going to be thinking about different things, or focusing on a different thing for like a while, maybe like a month, and then next month I'll be working on something else when I got the other thing down. That is how I think I learn things. Others are perfectly content. In fact, I actually think the vast majority of people that I encounter are perfectly more content with preventing things from slipping away. So doing the same thing over and over again and preventing them from slipping away, that's perfectly sufficient for them. And that's fine. It doesn't lead to what I consider as intermediate or expert learning, where you start to create things, you start to layer things. Most things mean way more than they should mean to a beginner learner, right? Like, dude, why are you talking so much about just one character? It's just one kanji, bro. Not that deep. Aru is not that deep. It is deep. That's how I stayed interested in it. If it's not that deep to you, then that simply just tells me that you're less interested than me. Likely. The likely case is you're less interested than me. Then I can level with the person. Like, you're right, it's not that deep. Aru is this. And it doesn't matter if they want to know why or not. Obviously, in this case, the person could have just left if they wanted. I don't suddenly come up with these ideas and schedules and routines because I decided I'm just going to do SRS and that's how I came up with this stuff. No, right? I think about what SRS is doing for me. I think about what Bunpro is doing for me. I don't simply trust the system in a way that it's also inflexible. Literally using Bunpro is a learning experience to me. So what have I been learning? I've been adjusting my routines as my needs and stuff changes. Like, I understand what Bunpro does, at least well enough, or trying to do well enough, and then I adjust it. I tweak it each and every time. When something seems like I can think of a new way to squeeze something out, I'll squeeze something out. That is where we get to the conflict of interest. All right. So when we active recall, right, then we basically eventually we test. So we test, and then we do our confirmation at the end. And when we get to our confirmation, then we check relations again. Right. Any inconsistencies, then we go back. If we have inconsistencies, then we do cross-referencing. Right. Finally, we cross. That's how we do our grammar settings. Now, for this month, July ended up with our new routine that we're kind of ironing out, because vocabulary is a large volume. It's a very large volume. So when it comes to grammar points, let's go over some grammar points here, or like some numbers here. We're gonna say grammar points is roughly like 5 times the volume, or like grammar point is vocabulary is 5 times the volume of grammar points. So where grammar points conceptually, while they are more complex and layered, which helps me actually understanding grammar helps me far more because I'm more comfortable. Grammar, for example, in the N4 block is 185 points. Right, for grammar. And then it's 1095 points or units, however you want to call it, vocabulary. Like the earlier theme I was talking about, I need some compression. In terms of time, I won't have enough time to try to do what like association and layering scaled up that high. So we have to do some compression. So now I'm trying to think of a routine in which I can try to compress and iterate on related stuff. So then whenever I'm going over like 20 vocabulary words, I'm technically practicing like 100 vocabulary words, because to present the 20 vocabulary words, I would have seen again at least 100 more than that, because these are sentences now, right? We have to understand that the inputs are in the form of sentences. So the routine I am working on for the month of July, so the fourth month end up being this month, and it hasn't ended yet. So this month is review. The month of July, right, is for vocab review, and we have a bit of a surprise that's ongoing right now. But for now, the vocab review occurred in the first roughly 2 weeks, the vocab review, and I put a time limit on it. It's approximately 2 hours, barring anything, the session, because of, we're gonna say, often it's stamina related. Stamina can become a bottleneck, and also time itself can be a bottleneck. So we approximate it to 2 hours. And the routine is when we're doing a review, so then we're given the sentence, right? So we read the sentence. Once again, grammar check. And usually the grammar check is really alright. Sometimes there's varying abilities. So there is a loop here. There is a Bunpro loop. So a self-contained Bunpro loop. The loop around is in case there are grammar points that are not familiar. So not familiar grammar points. The vocabulary sentences are graded. They so these sentences are graded. And whenever it lands on like a N3 plus, so there's N3 and N2s, it can contribute to a unfamiliar grammar check. So we do that. Then we look at the blank. Well, we read the sentence. This is both, I do have to, when I say read, it involves sounding out, right? Sounding out the thing. Whether it's read out loud, that's optional, both out loud or in the head, right? In the mind. I still sound out as I'm reading it. Hence doing the grammar check, Bunpro, and then there's an internal loop for cross-referencing, right? This is where not familiar produces a cross-reference, technically, with itself, with Bunpro's separate sections. The grammar section being a cross from the vocabulary section. And then, of course, we look at the blank. This would then tell me, like, the part of speech, or the blank would then combine grammar and the English target word, English target. And then we test, right? Oh, actually, we do the blank, we do the English target, And then we do visualization. And that is the kanji. So this is going to be the wanikani routine loop. And wanikani routine loop also has a self-check. So not familiar, right? Not familiar cross. So right now, the biggest work now is to visualize the kanji. So visualizing the kanji helps me write the kanji. And at the moment, as a part of this exercise, we're visualizing and writing the associated words, but more so it's technically the associated characters on screen. We're literally writing the stuff. It's because I'm trying to not rely on the next thing. Then the next thing is sound. Right now, the common thing is to look at the blank and it goes to sound, and then it travels this way. I want to be able to visualize. So now I'm changing the route, right? This is the whole linear thought, right? You can see that despite me trying to represent it linearly, because that's where the state of Bunpro is right now, most of the routines have embedded loops on themselves. So it's not linear in that nature. Eventually, it's going to be the reverse, or like in different ways, which I'll get to in a little bit. But right now, I'm trying to swap it up where I'm relying way too much on sound, where as I'm reading the sentence, and then in order to recall a word, I would speak the word in my head, like, oh, that's ryoko, right? Ryoko. And I'm like, what does ryoko look like? And it's become a problem, largely because when you're typing based on memetics. You're typing the sound. The connection that I'm making, at least in my opinion, is the sound of it. I'm typing ryoko, what that is, or gakko. I'm typing gakko. I'm not writing or visualizing what gakko looks like in kanji or in Hanzi. So we're trying to navigate that. Now we're doing writing as an output and clustering it with the association. So this association is a loop, right? The association is the same thing as this thing down here. We're actively recalling as many relevant choices. In this case, the characters itself is serving as the relevant choices. So the character meanings. Hence why this is the wanikani routine. The wanikani routine is, which character would I use in this situation? What are the characters that I know are relevant to the meaning of what I'm trying to do from this target word? And then what are those words that have those characters? And then what do they sound like? Sometimes it's back and forth. Occasionally it's this way around. So like this dotted way. I'm not going to punish myself for it. The idea is I want to encourage myself to do both. Like, think either the sound or the writing comes first. Can I visualize the characters before I get the sound? Some of the things I can. Like, if I'm shouting these things, you're going to say, oh, but there are multiple ones. But there is a specific character that comes to mind. Hito, chi, ni, san, right? Chi or yon, right? Like, if you're thinking about them and there are certain things that come up first, sometimes they might actually come up as images, right? Boru, biru, biru, atemono, right? You're probably going to also be thinking about images as opposed to the actual kanji. Now, the thing is,
I want to double down and reinforce my kanji studies. So constantly thinking about tatemono, and then all you think about is like a red building, right? Or like ka. Which ka do you think I'm referring to? You could be thinking about ka, the katakana ka, the hiragana ka. You can think about a car, like in British English, a ka. And you can also think about ka, fire. Fire is ka. So there are plenty of ways to visualize the same thing, and those are all associations. Every single one of them are associations. I practice them. I encourage myself to do that so that all of my memories get connected and reinforced to each other. I can say that very rapidly because now I'm producing it and I'm telling you all the things that it is linked to, right? What is ki? Are you thinking of ki, the katakana ki, the hiragana ki, or the tree ki, right? Or when I say gi, which one are you thinking of? Because there are like 5 gis I can think of. Right. I think deceive is one too, now that I think about it. I haven't considered if deceive is one. Anyways, that's what we're talking about. And then we do the sound, and then of course, then we do the test and confirm, right? Sound, we do the test, then we confirm, and update. So update relations, right? Update and the update plus relations, the whole 9 yards again. So this is the most recent iteration of the routine. So I'm not gonna end up getting through like all 2000 there. To this date, our pool. So remember that our review pool includes. Wow, this is the review pool for N4, technically because of Bunpro's SRS, or how SRS I'm using it, I guess, there's also the N5 pool. The N5 pool, or at least vocabulary, contributes another 1100 vocab. So the vocab pool is over 2000, right? And at any time, I'll do like 20 to 25. It seems like roughly right now it's 25, roughly 25 target vocab. And now it's very important for me to use the word target now, largely because when I'm doing this routine, there's 4 times more non-targeted vocab, like seeing anata on occasion, right? Seeing all the particles on occasion, seeing sore, kore, are on occasion, right? Like you have all the verbs. There's usually a verb. All of those will now have associations, and that is the idea. I'll echo a very popular content creator, and I'll let you use your imagination which content creator I'm referring to. I prescribe to this not because of learning Japanese, but I still apply it to Japanese. Well before Japanese, actually. Every word matters. Treat details and the thing you're observing as though all of it matters. It's not that you're going to succeed in doing that. Like, you're not concerned about how well you're going to succeed in caring about everything, if you're going to care enough about it, or where you're going to care. You're trying to observe something, take in something as though it matters to you. Because otherwise, hear me out, very hot take, you're not going to remember it. And when I mean remember it, I didn't say memorize it. You might memorize it for a short term because you've seen it like 100 times. It's not going to be memorable, like comprehensible. Comprehensible is very strongly attached to your ability to associate all of the memories, like associate everything to what you know, That's how it becomes, quote unquote, comprehensible. When you have an understanding of something, the thing you are learning becomes associated with the things you know. That's what comprehension is. To comprehend something, it has to make sense to you, right? You have to establish an understanding. What more can be understanding if when you read something or do something, it is in the framework of all your existing, as much of your existing memory as possible? That creates a level of comprehension, right? Obviously, certain things come to you more naturally. Like a lot of times people use the word natural. Like, yeah, because there are things that you naturally are inclined to think about and associate and do, right? It's in the context of your existing body of knowledge. If you like running, well, it's kind of natural that you might pick up and like something that also deals with running, like cross country versus a marathon versus sprinting. You still have an inclination in an association with those disciplines. That is association at its core. So whether I'm a beginner in a topic, I don't typically exercise beginner methods of learning, as in I can't go back to being a teenager. Like, that is probably a very, very hot take, because you hear it all the time. Like, how do you learn a language? Learn like you're a kid. Behave like you're a kid. And the first thing I think about is that is so asinine. Like, so, okay, you're 40 years old and you're gonna try to pretend like you can't leverage or use any type of sort of advantage you had with all of the other years of your life. And I often say this before, it is so difficult to me to think that it took me 10 years to learn a topic, like in a certain discipline, and now as an adult I expect to compress that down to like a couple months. And it is not because I magically became a super genius, or like older people are more raw, like have more raw memory or something like that. They have more experience, contextual things. You don't get smarter technically in the biological raw output thing. You get better at learning. Like, you have more strategies, more like those things. Your cumulative tools pave way for decrease in learning curve, not a beginner who thinks that they're gonna keep learning everything like they learn like a kid and continue to learn things like they're a kid and think that that's gonna somehow change the efficiency of your learning abilities. It does not, in my opinion. It is rarely going to produce a significant change as you grow older. And in my opinion, those are the same people who get tired over time because they notice that, man, I'm getting stupider as I'm getting older. Like, man, my memory is going. I'm getting older and my memory is I'm getting dumber because I can't memorize things better. It's like, well, yeah, that's definitely one aspect. You can argue that is definitely one aspect of biology. Then why do certain people still continue to decrease their learning curves as they're getting older? Largely because they didn't rely on the same resource. Like, are you consistently relying on your memory like you were when you were 13? Then that's a really interesting case study. Like, some people say that, yeah, that sounds logical, right? You get older, your brain is not as smart and healthy and thriving as a younger person. And then I still can counter argue. Like, how do you measure recall? Do I memorize, do I feel like, or someone thinks I remember really well now compared to when I was a kid? And the answer for me, if I was being honest with I remember way better now than I do as a kid. And it's not because I can do the thing that I did as a kid better. Like, there's no way. if I do what I thought I was doing as a teenager and try to keep doing it that way, there's no way I could compete with my younger self. Like, just, I still remember, in order for me to study for an exam, all I did was read the entire textbook and memorize all the pages. Like, the way I answered questions was to copy, like, remember the exact sentence on the exact page of a textbook to answer the question, because I confirmed with the teacher that they would have questions from the textbook or from our homework. So simply, it was incentivized for me to memorize those things. Lowest effort, highest throughput, right? And also probably a guarantee to get marks. Now, when I, if I go back to graduate school or something, those questions, when they answer, it's like there's nothing about that you can replicate by memorization. Like, someone will ask you, so how's your day? Right? Someone comes by, it's like, so how are you today? Are you gonna replicate that by saying you remembered exactly everything, every single detail that happened in your day in order to replicate it to the other person? And also, if you're talking to another person, do you think they're going to care that way? Right? It's rarely going to be that in the future. So, less about that, more about association, right? And no, not a bad or a good thing, right? Some people can be perfectly happy with going around saying, we're pretty. I'm okay with being quote unquote smooth brained, or something like that. And I'm like, fair enough. I'm not. I don't want, like, why would you want to make yourself unhappy to be something else that you don't want to be? At least in my opinion, unless you have to be. We're not talking about have to be again. These are all voluntary study choices. You are voluntarily studying, not obligatorily studying. So none of these comments, many of these comments and routines would be very different if someone told me, hey, you have to learn Japanese. Otherwise, your job and your professional, your professional career is going to suffer for it. Then I would probably do it a little bit different because the conditions have changed. So I want to keep in mind most of the stuff I'm talking about, there's social exercise. It's to keep me flexible, keep me like vibrant and healthy. All right. So now we want to talk about one last topic, because that's what we're working on currently. However, we had a last minute surprise. And that is what we're going to go, I'm going to quickly talk about this and then end it for the day because we've already passed the 2-hour threshold. So that is the topics update. And it's a great place to end at the moment. Topics update. Usually I have some future plans. I'll talk a little bit about the future plans. The topics update is currently happening, and what I can tell you, I did talk about it on the first day. We're going to spend the week outside of today, the rest of the month or something. It's going to take more than a week's thing. The videos are marked, and the topics update is doing just that. So topics is a way to bridge, quote unquote, beginner learning. In my opinion, what I qualify as beginner learning into an intermediate approach. So what does this provide? The topics, they take grammar points, right? Show the relational topic that the grammar points have. So these go beyond their mechanical, compartmentalized stuff, which still has relations. Like, for example, the many ways to say how. the many ways to say why, the different ways to refer to location, different ways to greet, different ways to say goodbye. Those are now, this topics is a great explicit way to illustrate intermediate learning. Again, intermediate is not to say that it is better than beginner learning. Intermediate is to define that it is the current state of things. The task that topics use, like the balancing act, so this part, the little blue thing, that is the essence of the topic profile. It tries to add layers, nuance, non-linear thinking to the existing grammar points. And the memorization component, the beginner level things, are incorporated into it. It shows that the continuum, like, oh, hey, you learned these topics from your memorization, from your initial exposure in your compartmentalized grammar points. Now here's the larger topic, and here's a bonus topic that's not necessarily related to any particular grammar point, but it can pave the way for your understanding of how all the grammar points fit into the examples. And even with this, what I have been doing is I started adding a layer of active recall. Active recall in Japanese. And so it's English and Japanese. So whenever they talk about like politeness or indirectness or positions and stuff, I reflect on anything else that I already know that they didn't cover yet or have covered before. That's the idea of continuously embellishing it. And if they have covered most of the things I know and I can't think of any new things in Japanese, I try to think of analogous situations in English, like when I use English. And the reason why I tend to default to that is because English is not a culture. English is part of culture, but it is not the entirety of culture. Just like Japanese is slowly not becoming just a culture. It is still for the time being, because the largest contrast between English and Japanese is Japanese's usage and stuff is entirely represented 99% of the time within a specific country that has low fractionalization. We've already covered that in the last couple of days. English, though, has an immense fractionalization, right? English, the language, not American, which is a country with still a mosaic of cultures. However, it is still it's larger than like English's usage is larger than the singular culture. Japan, potentially analogous, and despite that, there are still dialects and whatnot, right? So in English, what I'm challenging myself is, can I think of a facsimile or analogous things from different cultures that I have encountered in English? Most of the time, when I'm speaking to someone, I'm speaking cross-culturally. I'm not actually speaking. We're using the same language, we're using the same language, like the mechanics, the grammatical essence, like the linguistic grammatical structure of English is kept standardized. So that's how we form a communication. However, when I talk to someone, when they are explaining topics in Japanese, it is very similar. When I explain an English concept, I refer to it as either net speak, academic speech, political speech, Western versus Eastern tendencies through the lens of English, that type of thing. Like, how can you spot a person who clearly is not Westernized culture while speaking English? they'll probably sound like a politician. Or they'll probably sound very distant. And the reason why I'm bringing that up is the topics section introduces that. When you speak Japanese, they are trying to tell you the culture behind the Japanese language, right? Because it is one synonymously a little bit with Japan because there is less fractionalization. There are less rooms for interpretation, like how to be more forward, how to be less forward. It's naturally intended to be distant, right? In English, well, I certainly have met particular people who speak a particular way, and it's pretty consistent from people from that country who uses the English. So it's a great way to use English as a vehicle. So I'm not saying that English is only this. The idea is that English is wider. It's cultural, not that it's better or worse for that, because remember, wider and more diverse also creates conflict and confusion and conflicts of interest, while Japan doesn't. So when they're writing the topics, when the Bunpro crew is writing topics about Japan, it feels on the nose. It feels on point. And then when I think about if someone were to do a topics section on English, my first thought is, where? Which culture? Which one are you going to use? Because for me, the way I speak, preferably speak, is not going to be covered in topics. In fact, I most likely sound a lot closer to someone who's speaking Japanese, largely because I typically try to sound a bit distant. That was one of the topics in Japanese about the are, like to show like distancing or intimacy of information. My English may analogously reflect Japanese tendencies. So the idea is when you read a topic like that, it becomes inherent that the Japanese things that are being said becomes a lot natural for me to keep in mind, right? So desu ka? As opposed to so dane, right? Things like that can become natural because I have analogous experiences in English. It's not necessarily true for someone who still compartmentalize everything. When they compartmentalize everything, then they would have to establish a new foundation. A beginner learner have to establish a new foundation very quickly through memory at a linear way, compartmentalize, so that they can use that as a foundation to read the topic section and then establish a new relation and association and complex nuance and layered nuance in order to create a new persona, right? A different persona, the Japanese persona. And that is where I typically go into that whole funny business where someone says like, oh yeah, your personality changes practically in order to come in touch with a new culture. It's like, yes, if it requires that, if it requires for you to comprehend the personality shift because you see it as different personalities, or the environment itself produces the incentive to act a certain way, then yes. For myself, my personality isn't probably going to change all that much between the way I speak English most of the time, I think, when I go and shift into Japanese, because that is actually my default. It is very likely, and most of the time, I think, supposedly very analogous to Japanese. So, however, it would be interesting in the future what a assertive Japanese person sounds like, because then I can go and try to practice my assertive English Yeah, I really rarely go up to someone and say, hey, you could do this better. Like, who in the world are you to be so confident in that? And yet, that is the default English. You go up to someone and say, I think this is better. Or this is better. That's far more forward. I said I think this is better because that's typically what I tend to say. Like, oh, may I suggest trying this out? Japanese. That's the analogous Japanese topic. May I have a I think I have, you know, this might be a better suggestion for you if you want to consider it. Japanese default. Not, yo, this is better. Trust me, bro. I don't even know what that sounds like in Japanese. Like, it's difficult to me to remember how to express that. Maybe, like, I don't know. いいだよ or something. I don't know. いいんだよ or I don't know. Like, how do you go up to someone and just say, yo, this is better. You're welcome. That's a different exercise for another time. Like, I actually chuckle most of the time when Japanese is represented as like authoritative and assertive when learning, because I have to imagine myself even saying that in English. Like, I don't go up to someone, even my best friends, like, yo man, you're just sucking it up. You know that this is the best way to do things, right? Like, and meanwhile, that's what I read most of the time in English when someone says like, yo man, hot garbage, this is the best. I did this because you don't have to. I'm like, okay, so how do you say that in Japanese? Oh, if you care to know, I took the liberty of hopefully being able to show you that what are the possibilities, as opposed to like inferring what they want from you and inferring what you're doing for them as a favor, and then just say like, I don't know, something like it. I forgot how to phrase this, but maybe you could use something like marau or like akeru or kureru inappropriately, unnaturally, to say that you're doing something as a favor for someone because literally you believe you're doing a favor for them. That would be unnatural. It would be an unnatural Japanese phrase to say when you're just immediately assuming or like maybe establishing that you did a favor for someone in the past tense without establishing that you were trying to help in an indirect way. Even explaining it into English is kind of a tough thing. Like, how do you say, hey, I did take the liberty of trying to do this. It may or may not be helpful to you. I would like you to consider what I have done. Perhaps it can serve a function for you, right? That would be like how I would say, okay, there might be a way to express that in Japanese, because that would be contextually a fair way to say it in Japanese. It would sound natural, as opposed to asking a Japanese person how to say, dude, I rocked that person. Like, what does that even mean? Like, how do you rock a person? Or like, man, I totally smashed that opponent. Like, okay. I know the word smash, maybe crushing or topple, right? In Japanese, you can use like topple, crushing, and then put the layer 3 different accents on it, and then you might get that same feeling. That's what I mean. So, topic, really wonderful thing to talk about. I'm practically talking about it. Okay, so this is ongoing. We're like in the second set of lessons. I think we're in the third set of lessons, and there are 10 of them. So there are 10 overarching lessons that have like, I'm gonna say 6 to 8 like sections. So it's gonna be a little bit. That's what's that's what's like changing up my original plans. Although my original plans also changed up because of time constraints. More on that in the future. So for the time being, there's also one last teaser, which we're going to be setting aside. I talked about this yesterday, and that is how we're going to stagger the JLPT mock or practice stuff. And that is the teaser for next month. We're going to be I'm going to try to record like a live record of the N5 first test 1. And this will line up pretty well with, I'm expecting to complete the rest of these topics as a review for the N5 grammar. Not that it's comprehensive, like it covers all the, it's a great way to go back into it. So this will then be the month of August, right? We're talking about August. So now our timeline has kind of ballooned, and this is to be expected because I was, in all fairness, expecting Bunpro devs to be wonderfully busy. It's incredibly refreshing when something just randomly lands in your lap. I definitely do not complain when you see a gift horse, right? You take the gift horse, you thank the Bunpro devs for introducing something else, and it's incredibly refreshing. On day 1 of the topics, I read through the comments posted by James of Bunpro, and it was well written. It covered, I spent basically 2 hours, the same amount of time here, roughly speaking, covering how it does overlap on some of my major concerns regarding a tool that may not encourage other things, and one of the things are definitely doing precisely this, which is how do you quote unquote bridge the gap between a beginner learner and an intermediate learner at the current trend. And Bunpro's statement, right, James the developer came out to say they want to be an integrated, a holistic tool for encouraging Japanese language learning. And the idea is then one has to take a transitioning point. You have to take someone to offer them all the aspects of a beginner learner that they're looking for, right? Because Bunpro devs are taking advice and feedback and surveys. They recently posted a survey, by the way, and there's a new ongoing discussion right now about AI, the integration of AI, because there was an AI question in there. When you take the survey, it's fairly clear that Bunpro is designing things in order to generally touch upon many things. So naturally, where they started was the beginner. What do the beginner want to know about grammar? And typically when I think about, you can't really cover context very much, like syntax, basically the content that they're creating, maybe like, hey, can we get more anime content, or can we get more real world content, whatever that means. It's very tough for me to know what that means. I can't believe, or it's very sobering. It's incredibly sobering and even humbling to see how often I encounter people who say natural, organic, native, real. All of this is real. Like for me personally, if you want to be pedantic about it, everything's real. What is fake? Like, you learn something that's fake, when you learn something, you learn something. Whether it's fake or real, it's certainly real when you remember it. I guess you could say all the fake stuff are the stuff you want to forget. Maybe. I'm not sure if you want to forget fake stuff. That's my 2 cents. Like, think about it this way. If you think that real things are always good, then what's fiction? What's fictional writing? If you think all the things that are fake should be forgotten, then how would you ever know they're fake? Like, if you think you should never know something about scams and also know that you should never be able to see scams, how do you know you would be scammed? Like, ignorance, in my opinion, is fake when it comes to learning. So if you're gonna come to me and say you're not interested in learning anything new, I'm fine with that. I'm on board, because you can decide what you don't want to learn, right? They don't exist if you don't learn them. It's okay. Like, you can tell me, oh, I hate scams, but I also don't want to learn about scams, and I also don't care if I get scammed in the future because I didn't know what a scam looks like. I'm down with that. Like, that makes logical sense to me. When someone says, oh yeah, I'm gonna believe that I'm never going to get scammed, so I have no reason to ever look at a scam, know what a scam looks like, and even give them the time of day or part of my life to even be educated in it. Like, okay, I'm okay with that. And then also guarantee me that they're not gonna like yell at me and be angry at me because they got scammed in the future. You have to understand, if you're ignorant about something, you ignore something, you avoid something, and you can't characterize something, if that thing crossed paths with you, you wouldn't know until it happens to you. Ignorance is what makes things surprising and catching off guard and incompetence. And it's a choice people make. It's a choice you're making, and it's also a choice someone else is making. You can most definitely choose to blame the bad guy, because I get it. It's blaming someone who's malicious is justifiable. Like, if someone deliberately tries to scam you, they are at fault. Now, if you choose to complain about it and say and then also openly say you did nothing about it when you could, it's also partially your fault. And that sucks, because that's victim blaming. Victim blaming is a very tough thing. I want to say it more like it's a learning opportunity. That's typically how I would frame it. So when you make an error while learning a language, it's an opportunity for you to learn something from it. Not an opportunity, to me, not an opportunity to forget about it. I almost sound like a New York. I was thinking of a New Yorker. Like, forget about it, right? Like, when you're learning from a mistake, if you say you're learning from a mistake, then why are you forgetting the mistake? You do not forget something you're learning from, in my opinion. That's the whole point of learning it. When someone asks me, oh, how did you remember this? Well, I made a mistake originally. It's like, oh, right, how does that work? I'll tell you about the mistake first, and then I'll tell you how I fixed the mistake. And therefore, that's why I always remember the mistake, in which it reminds me of the solution. It's not the other way around, where you do something else, and then that mistake doesn't occur anymore. That has nothing to do with learning from the mistake. You simply did something else that provided something that made the mistake go away. Like, just so happens that the mistake didn't occur again. That's wishful thinking, and that's hopefulness. Like, dang, I hope that never happens again. Let's just move on. That's moving on. Like, you know, that's a different approach. Zero problem solving, nothing is learned. Simply that it may or may not exist, and you chose to pretend that it does not exist. which happens on a regular basis when people are providing advice. They're like, the advice is make everyone ignorant to this. Therefore, you're protecting them, right? The concept of sheltering, right? For myself, I lean more towards informing and witnessing and observing. Now, it would be very disappointing and also disheartening if I ever get to a level of jadedness, which I don't think I'm this jaded, where I wish for people to experience hardship and obstacles in order to understand what I mean about ignorance or voluntary ignorance, which is the idea that if you make a mistake, the first thing you do is you pave over it. You avoid it. You don't observe it, think about it, what's the trigger, and then find how you can leverage it. It's basically my plug for Persona games, by the way, because usually Persona games involve people who have different problems, and they're encouraged to face the problem, to characterize the problem, and ultimately it becomes the source of their strength. And that is my personal bias. My life was paved with obstacles. It was paved with catching up. And personally, I've become so chronically to a fault about thinking that I'm behind that I prefer to be that way because it's the source of my strength. So whenever someone says, oh yeah, you're never going to get good at something, it's like, all right, I guess I'll try. Like, it's not going to stop me from doing it. Like when someone tells me you're never going to be as good as, all right, cool. I mean, tell me something I don't know. And then, you know, the person will say, then why are you trying? It's like, because that's what I did most of my life. Why not? Why not try? Like, but you're not going to be the world *1 American, like Chinese, American, Japanese speaker. Like, so what? It certainly would be fun to try and see what I can learn from it in the meantime. Like, if you put yourself in my shoes and know what I know, you could kind of say I'm narcissistic to the point where I believe that I did enough things in my almost 40 years of life that it would be incomprehensible for me to have a chance to meet someone who can share all of that experience with me. As in, meet my clone, right? Meet the person who, at one point when I talk to him, there is no defining feature that differs from me and another human being on this planet right now. If that is the case, consider me humbled, right? Consider me humbled. Now, I would say the odds go way up when you meet someone who's hyper-optimized, consistently trending with popular demand, constantly minimizing their exposure and variety of their thinking, linear, compact, foundational, beginner learner. You might then be more likely to feel like other people can do exactly the things you can do, only better. Because it would take an insurmountable amount of foundational, high quantity, linear, one-dimensional, memorization, compartmentalized, perfection-oriented reproduction that will get you to feel that AI can replace you. How's that for a twist? Right. Otherwise, you would probably argue the quality of the human experience that is nuanced and both logically webbed and irrationally layered with associated time-sensitive and limited experiences that is organized in an arbitrary way that is biased based on those limiting experiences that create the flexibility for you to be rational in the way you create things that mean something important to you that no other human can rationally reproduce when thought deeply about. And that's where I want to land on that discussion, right? All of these words, all of these categories, they flow together very well because they are archetypical. And Bunpro is trying to do that. Bunpro is going to be responding to these people, right? The people that I feel is most trending. If I had to predict or maybe extrapolate and see and test, challenge my notion, that survey that Bunpro put out, I would put out a survey that had particular questions, and you will probably come up with particularly 2 different profiles. One that possibly represent these type of tendencies, and then one that is increasingly shifting to the right of side of this. And the future updates that they'll have will likely be geared further and further towards my requirements, towards the requirements that I am much more familiar with, the adult requirements, the ones that are far more nuanced. So, and it's a trade-off because this side of things become very tenuous. It becomes very complex and difficult to know what's going on. It's literally nuanced web layered association and organization, right? And flexible. So when they continue to design things, it'll be more and more difficult. And that's why the question of AI comes into the picture. AI creates the flexibility, organization, the different associations in a web-like manner. AI literally, LLMs literally behave as a vector of associations, right? The distance between associated factors are how you determine what words and what depictions are happening. You scale that up into like maybe a 3-dimensional or even a 4th-dimensional model, taking over time, right? Calculating over time, and you might get artwork and other generative processes. That's kind of how I view things. So right now, topics is a great way to lean towards intermediate learning, or at least explicitly demonstrating intermediate learning and encouraging it. And that's where we're going. The most exciting thing I could say that is interesting to maybe both these parties is probably me trying to find a format in which I can record the first mock or the practice exam, right? The JLPT stuff, which I talk at length about on multiple occasions. Anyways, that's where we sit on the front of the 200 day. So next month, we're gonna continue the vocabulary routine that I mapped out here. So we're gonna iron out the vocabulary routine, and then we're also gonna complete the topics thing. Not too much in the other fronts, because the lesson fronts will have to wait till the lesson block occurs again. So since all of the no new lessons are flowing in, we'll have to wait till, so July is now, August, September might be ascribed to something else because October will disrupt the flow or other things. So we'll see when we start the N3 block. But for now, it's N5, N4 all the time, and maybe some layered immersion related things. Right now I'm currently playing P3P, and we're doing the standard thing where we play it through English and then play it through Japanese, and there are a bunch of projects sprinkled around that gets Japanese exposure while analogously associating with English. Right, those 2 things will inevitably consistently be available to me, whether someone thinks like, oh, but you'll never be perfectly something or perfectly that. That's perfectly fine, right? With the lack of a better adverb, because my goal is rarely aligns with the goal of the vast majority of people I've talked to. They think about functional application, like goal, career oriented application that comes with conforming and conforming to certain standards. I don't have a particular standard I'm meeting. I'm doing this for intellectual curiosity. And I think regardless of how efficient I'm being, at some point my consistent use case for the different languages as a platform for talking about the learning process is going to provide a reasonable baseline of application or output. Like, at minimum, conversationally necessary things will be sufficient for me. In no ways do I ever think about like lofty goals that are may or may not occur as my predominant driver, like being fluent in Japanese. That is a goal for other people. I want to learn something, and learning something is a higher threshold for me than other people. Like, other people think learning is a low goal because their goal of thinking about it is the mastery of a language. Their goal is to be fluent in Japanese. So learning something about Japanese is a low goal because you can always learn something about Japanese. That doesn't mean you're going to become fluent. For me, when I'm thinking about my primary goal is about learning something, that includes input, output, comprehension, and dictation and dissemination. So it's not a low bar. It's a high bar. So, not saying I'm a different person because my goals are oriented differently. Whenever someone says they're fluent in Japanese, they can't teach me Japanese. So I don't think they're fluent in Japanese. Like, that's my perspective. Like, when you're fluent in something, you can teach it. That's not the case, in my opinion. And there are obviously plenty of people who say like they're fluent in Japanese. So here's my YouTube content. Here's my channel. Please subscribe and learn Japanese in a year. And I'm like, that doesn't sound like someone who is an English speaker to me personally, right? Take it for what it is. Others, they might have learned and become fluent in a year. Sure, I'll believe. I'll take their word for it. They haven't demonstrated that to me in any way, so I have no reason to believe them. However, I trust that their intentions are good. That's something that I believe in. I believe in the good intention of people. Whether they are going to demonstrate it, that is it's a matter of fact, not a matter of my opinion, right? Saying you learn Japanese in a year and then showing it after the fact cannot prove that it happened. However, I can trust the person in good faith that they're trying to tell the truth with good intentions, right? I can believe them. They didn't demonstrate it. It already happened. And just like me, there are things that I state I cannot change. When I started learning Japanese formally as self-study, I talk about like what I know before I started Duolingo, what I know before I started Wanikani, and what I started in Bunpro. I can't change those things anymore. So it is fair enough for me to disseminate what I have done in the greatest amount of detail as a way to give people a heads up. All right? So that's what we do every 100 days. So that's a wrap for our day 200, right? 200 tentative takes. Look forward to day 300. So until next time, that's it for today for Bunpro. And we'll resume our topic exploration tomorrow. Until then, if you're going to watch this later, arigatou gozaimasu. As always, feel free to follow along, pick up Bunpro for yourself, give it a go. You're always welcome to come on by Yap. Share your thoughts in organizations and progress reports and self-reflection. And maybe even your jargon and terminology. That would be very enlightening and interesting discussion to have. You're always welcome. Until next time, 皆さんまたね。見てくれてありがとう. Thanks for watching. I'll see you guys on the next one. I'm gonna get up, walk around, stretch a little bit, and I'll be back for HanziHero. Thank you, thank you.
All right, folks, welcome back, everyone. 欢迎大家回来。今天是第553天。It is day 553. Let's get into our lessons here.
是咬
是咬. Okay, 是 is the other bite. Actually, what was the one that I mixed it with? 色, right? Hang on. 色. Okay, well that's the harp thing. Oh. Stingy. Both harp and stingy. Yao is the other bite. And gotta keep that in mind because it's a pivot. Yao instead of jiao. Yao, this looks like jiao. But it can be yao.
是咬哎呦
Ayo, or ayo. It's an interjection. But ayo or ayo. Oh, I'm not sure what. That's probably yo too, but I think we're just gonna also add exclamations.
哎呦
I just gotta remember I is either you know or don't. And your is also you gotta remember it. It looks like you. You is the character that I would think. Oh no. Actually it kinda looks like yo as well. Hang on. Without the elbow pad. So there's you. Oh. Not close enough to yo. But you is the education. Despite being yo. That's the tough part.
玷污
Dian is the flaw. Although I'm taking a page from Japanese. So Dian Wu dirty. So if you have a flaw that is dirty, it's a stain. Or sully or tarnish, yeah. And the read was what was dropped because this can be Jan or Dian predominantly. And there is a bit of a flex to Tie. Possibly. Hold up. Fortune is yeah. So we have and Nian, right? Nian Tie deals with like sticky stuff. Nian and Tie. And then Tie, there's also invitation. Then we have Dian and Zhang. So those are the 4 reads. I have to take into account. It's about like a 30-30-30-10, I think. So this one is fairly promiscuous. However, it's 4 reads. That's more than you can add. There are certain character combinations or promiscuity among the radicals that have like 20 or 30 unique reads. This is actually one of the neater, like the neatly organized one. Between Nian, Tie, Jian, Dian. I'm trying to say them all like neutral to refer to them. Anyways.
辅一
fu, the ascribed word for fu in English is kind of rough. It's hard to barely illustrate anything. So for me, the imagery of like barely, nearly, about, here, there, this, that,
almost regularly. That those are the types that can be really tough, English wise, to like capture. When I look at this character, I'm like, how to like almost something barely, right? And then yi is like a small thing, like a short thing, or an instance of a thing. So if something is barely one, it's as soon as, or immediately after. The read was fine.
辅一
Although the read is pretty promiscuous too. It's between fu, 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 fu. If it has a caliper, ru, ray, ray, and then if it has like some flower, like something on top, it ends up being bo related.
辅一 是咬 哎呦 变污
Wu is a bit of a tough one because I keep thinking it's Wang. Alright. I have this slight inclination to type Wang. Correcting it. Alright, time for our reviews and the Wheel of Death, or the Wheel of Hydration. And hydration.
B
Voice recorder. Next to... Where's that supposed to be? Why do I think it's like a... Alright, we're gonna need something for performance. Because of the voice recorder, and then take them out to collect their teeth. Oh. Alright, give me Yan. Chu Yan. Chu Yan, yeah. Oh, interesting. That type of performance. Oh, they're coffers. That works too, actually. Probably not Jing. Oh, wait. Wait, Yan. Oh, it's a variant. Oh no, they're all variances. Alright, we're just gonna get a pass. We're gonna pass on this one. It's a variant. We'll worry about variances soon enough. There is a couple, like a growing group of variances. Uh-oh. Why can't I type? Oh, okay. What in the... Would... So, don't... Okay. This is a pass. Like a Tong versus Dong situation. Dong. And Frighten, we have a bunch of Frightens. I wonder which one it is. I'm gonna say Jing. Dang. Dong. Huh is really weak. Holy huh. I don't. Okay. Hold. Okay. I mean, I'm gonna add that. Those are like 2 weak ones. So it's a 50-50 on the dong and the tong. Ah, 2. Quinn versus Ying. A new friend swap game came out 3 days ago, apparently. Oh yeah, what is it? Let's see. So it's off Quinn. Quinn is at the right to be trapped, and then eyes be trapped. Sleepy. Xian. Can we get a Xian or a Mian? Oh, not Xian. A Mian. Maybe Mian. Yi. Ugh. Yi. 睡觉呢？On Quinn. Quinn. Get sleepy. That's not quite right. I mean, wait. This is an alternative read instead of 觉, it's 教 because of dialectic. I guess E is a little tough for like the feeling or the idea of sleep. You can chase tornadoes with your friends. Oh, storm chasing. That's a thing.
动
Oh, storm chasing with your friends, huh? Oh no. That's A red. Like being caught red-handed. Something like that. Yeah, okay.
飞
Ah, Ling, not without the G. Why do I think this is
炫
in either showy or it's not? Oh, dazzle. To dazzle. Yeah.
零
Oh no, what type of fish is this? Oh no, wait. Is this like scaly? Oh yeah, yeah. Fish scale. Immediately, I want to say, oh no, it's not. What? Oh no, it's chu, not tray, or hoe, like a hoeing device. Man, I don't know. Voice recording. Okay.
出
All right. That's well, gone to the wind for the moment.
谱
Japanese helped with that one.
除
Are you gonna play it, Coffers? No. Did your friends tell you about the new Friends Lop game? What are you? Why are you bringing this up with me? What are you doing? I want to say
格
and I want to like oyster or clam it. Okay. What the beard in a suit? Wait, is this? Heck. Oh, doll. Yeah, okay. We're praying. Wrong person. Wrong person. Thinking. I was thinking it was, what was it? Mount? I was thinking of mount.
摸 扭
Holy Neil. It's not twist. Oh no, it's a freaking knob. Not a button, but a knob. I'll show you a knob.
龟
Oh no. Is this a carp? A salmon? Is this salmon? Okay. I lost the bottom. Rip. The incense? Incense with flowers. Some part of me want to type like E or something. Or cha? Why do I want to think of cha? Oh, Thai. Thai is, oh goodness. This is an exception. It's just chai. So, exception. Oh, that's why I wanted to think of chai. Okay. And ta. Ta and cha. Okay. So we have double cha life, but cha life is not good. Ah man, that throws me off so much. And I already ruled out G because I knew what the G's were. And the only exception was ta. And there's a cha, but I didn't think of cha. I was thinking of ta. So flower is the name, huh? What isn't a name but Thai? I doubt we're gonna get in non-name. Non-name. There's no non-names. So we'll work on it.
年
Names are gonna be grouped into another thing too. Oh, howdy, Kong. That looks like gung right off the bat. So, how do we not gung ourselves? Is there another Kong? Kong? I think it's the only Kong. So that's an exotic read. And it's Kermit. And what is our vocabulary, like shoulder or weapon or something? Shoulder gun? Kanchang? A kanchang? Come back to that. What the what in the wait. What in the world? A wind box of what? Oh. It's another proper noun. Dong. I'm not sure if I'm gonna be able to get dong from. Oh, I am. Pine tree. I was looking with a pine tree. Darn. Oh, tree is pretty promiscuous on the read. Another proper noun, huh? Pine tree is the closest. That got song. Where the song? Where is that pine tree at? Get the tree is so promiscuous. I don't think the container, the little hat roof thing want to change anything. Song Pine. I mean, it's a category. What about the cap? Let's look at the cap for a moment. The dollhouse. How big is this? Oh, it's properly. Just leave it on the song. Maybe go play some Dynasty Warriors or something. Oh. Heck! It's song.
尾
That's supposed to be puppet. That's supposed to be a garrison, or is that supposed to be a puppet? Okay. What's the beard and suit? Oh.
岛宋困秒
Heck! Second. Arg.
力
Second lychee. Eh! Oh, no, Jian. Whoops.
翠
Soldier haggard. I was gonna say like worn out, but haggard. Do I not have this lined up with the other haggard? Qiao? Okay, Qiao Cui. Okay, we have Qiao Cui. I swear I've added Qiao Cui. Okay. Add Qiao.
会
What the hui? Eh? We talk about like braised? Okay. Firing braised. Braise. Su hui. Come on, su hui. Hui mian. Well, I mean, that's something else though. Hui fan, rice and gravy. Come on, give me a stew. Oh, there's one. Oh, a desperate collection. Oh, a stew. Oh. Alright, fine. Stew noodles it is. It'll help me think of cooking more so than... Wait. Yeah, cooking more so than... fire. So I was thinking like bright or something, as opposed to cooking. Yo, what? Was it the left two or the right two? Let's say it's... Ah! Really? Oh, goodness. Heckin' coconuts! I'm not nuts for coconuts, that's for sure. Is it water, like coconut oil? Yeah. And where am I getting the yeah? It's probably coming from... Oh no, it's not coming from any of these. Yeah, where are you coming from? Yeah. Oh. Heckin', it's yeah, it is yeah. hang on. Do we got anything with yeah? It's fine. Yeah is the thing that's interesting. Coconuts, right? Okay. I got you. I don't got this. Why do I think it's Shin?
宣
Daylily. Yikes. Oh no, that's Chang. Oh no, it is Chang. Oh, wrong tone. Rise. Yeah, the ones that rise from the ground. That help. Yo, what? Chimney? That's not chimney. But it is Chong.
葱
It's chimney. What? Oh. I misread that. It is Qing if you remove one stroke from there, but I definitely did not see that properly. What? Oh, Pope? Wait. Oh, it's not play. It has the soldier thing with the... Oh, yeah again. Dang it. Yeah is so weak. Hold. Yeah is special, right? Yeah is special. Okay. Let's go look for choke. Choke, there's a few chokes, like Hung, Yang, or is it Yao? Ye Zhu. That is fair. Yes. Oh, okay. Transit. Cho Ye. Oh, Cho. Really? Gun Ye. Xiong Ye. Oh. I mean, Ye Zhu is okay. The read is a tough one. I mean, when all else fails, use Zhu for something that's stuck.
也
I immediately wanted to type like whoa. And then I thought about it and like maybe it's one. And then now I think it's wall.
窝
Heck.
伤
Flex. This is a flex. What was the flex?
扛
Flex.
耶
Heck. Choke on. Fine. Good enough.
长 村
What? Oh. 10 coins. Dang you. Oh. What? That not like... Oh, wrong location for the big soup. When I thought sheep, I thought of the barn as opposed to the English manor. Why do I think this is...
表
Oh. It's not mount. Heck you. Oh, right. Oh, yeah, that's right. True. Ah, man. That's not good. It does flex to meaning... Ah, man. Ah, yikes. We're just gonna move along from this one. We're gonna move on.
菜
Flowers are for... Okay. Got you. I think this is... oh, it's Paul. What? What? Oh no, I got two things mixed up. Oh, is it because of the right? Probably because it's not crust. Crust has another womp womp. I'm thinking of this. Or two strokes. Yeah, another radical. And then was that spirit? Yeah, it's spirit. It's not even suit. It's spirit. What is just plow? Or no, beanstalk. One part of me want to type wool, but that's the other thing. That's grain. This is probably fung, lush. I don't know if lush has anything. Can we get like something? Good luck. 安之. I don't know how I feel about that. The other ones, there's no other. 安之. Sure. A bit of a pivot.
密
Great. I don't think I'm going to be using that too often. That's a tenuous thing.
坛
It's an altar or a podium. Oh no, sandalwood. I screwed up. What was the podium? Was it dirt? It's dirt, right, for the altar and podium. That's my bad.
浊
Wrong location.
更西
That one's okay. What in the
鸡
ridicule? Heck! Oh, it's a chirp. The other one's ridicule. Word. Eh? What the jawbone? Is it still wool? Jawbone. Makes me want to type like sheep, but okay. It's a flex. It's a flex from I can snail. It's either you know or the flex from guo and wall. Just slap them together. Whoa, gua, okay. Oh no, wait, there's no one anywhere. Yeah, I ruled these guys out and I'm like, I don't know. Quad flex. Can I combine you with a snail? Maybe like a slug? What do we got for slug? Oh, interesting. Yo? Really? 蜗牛? So a snail is a snail is a cow. A worm. Mechanical engine. Oh, that type of. All right, sure, why not? Camel cow. I mean, a snail cow. I'm all for that. It's weird. It's wacky. I got you. I can sandal.
风
Yo, what? Why do I think this is just young? Can't be young. Where's the... I don't know where the shack is coming. Another dynasty. Yeah, all I can think about was Yong. But that's a rack. Other time. Oh, there's one other time on. I can link them, so I'll be able.
4 糖
So the ground is the pond.
瓜
That's a cow. The snail is a cow.
钱
Okay. Get our P3 game on. Okie dokie. What do we have today? What do we do? What are we doing today, Pinky? I mean, what are we doing today, Brain? The same thing we do every night, Pinky. Try to take over the world. Actually, he's a little bit more anime than that. Alright. Try to take over the world. The Pinky and the Brain. Pinky and the Brain. One is a genius, the other's insane. They're ordinary, they're like something like they're laboratory mice. Something. I don't remember the rest. Okay. Biao Yang. Praise. On battle. Hey May. Blackberry. Yo hey. Dark. Chuang. Hemorrhoids. Xing Yu. Xing Yu. Pedagogy. Rule. Insert. Bully. Beaver. Mosh. Mochi. Yao. Ya. Run away from home. Guan Qi. Nope. 是关系. Guan Qi. Relations. Dingji. promotion. Yan Yanshin smoke. Try show. Okay. Conquer Bumpy 擒获 apprehend 窘况 predicament 惊悚 or 一喷 sneeze 远去 permit 疙瘩 simple 淡 thin 休憩 rest 安也 wind around or coil around 语音 as the saying goes 谬 error 淡蓝 azure 中情中情忘了暗示 make public 冗赘 verbose 一年 next year 爱猪 year bore 头长还是愁长 no 愁长 award 诅咒 curse 选落 oh not 选落陨落 fall down 堆起 magnificent 掠取 to plunder 跟腱跟腱 Achilles tendon allergy 猿猴 apes and monkeys 关系 wash 会小 intelligence 对着 pick 古迹 historic site 网志 blog 聊骚 alert 5倍 we 贤明 wise and capable 夜宵 owl 叮咛 to warn 跆拳道 taekwondo 5-1 as soon as 是要 fight 哎呦 exclamation 玷污 stain. All right, that is a wrap for HanziHero today. Everyone watch this later. 谢谢. As always, feel free to follow along. Pick up HanziHero for yourself. You're always welcome to yap, discuss, talk about things, keep each other motivated. Until next time, 大家下次见。感谢观看. Thanks for watching. I'll see you guys on the next one. I'm gonna get up, stretch, walk around, and I'll be back for P3P. Thank you. Alright, folks. Welcome back to our 12th session of P3P. Yesterday we spent the entirety of doing the last half of the 4th block of Tartarus. So we're entering the final block. I think Tartarus have 5 blocks. A little ominous. I think we're in the low memory side of things. I don't remember what happens. We're following. So it will be very exciting to see what in the world are we getting into, right? We are right there with our social links. So we have the last couple social links to go through, starting the fresh ones. Pretty sure everything's in order. Yep. Alright. So let's head back. Our next full moon is coming up. The moon will be full soon. We're almost done. Let's give it everything we got. Of course. After this is all over, let's celebrate. You don't seem so smiley. And that erupt sound. That erupt track. Alright, let's go to the police station. Belt doll, okay. Eye counter. I don't think we have any money concerns yet. Okay. Man, it's so weird. The people, they all look so miserable in this game. The rendering of the peeps. Alright. Let's go to our shrine. We'll see the conclusion of Koromaru thing soon. Wait, is this Saturday? Yeah. Bad luck. Alright, that's fine.
Where have you been?
We have 3 days left. Yep. I got you. Total time. Silly goober. Wham 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 wham. I did it. I didn't lose today. Yikes, it's hot. Alright, you little goober. We're almost at the final battle. We can do it. I swept the Ken for a while, alright. Wham! No, that's all Koro can do. He's back. Let's do our best too. We're always chilling with other peeps while walking Koromaru. Alright, November. It's finally November. There's no school today. I just realized the year says 2009. Is that poster supposed to be what I think it is? Wait, can I look at the poster? Oh, I can. Oh, never mind. I'm trying to the top right part of the calendar. It kind of reminds me of the P3 promotion poster. Anyways. Sunday. So Sunday fun day. Da na 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 na. Raven come. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Alright, it's Sunday. We're going to Sun. The unfortunate circumstance of Akinari. Akinari. No. I got really into my reading last night and never went to sleep. I thought I'd be fine since I had many nights when I'm unable to sleep because of my illness, but I guess my condition won't improve if I keep taking chances though. Don't push yourself, man. Yes, I suppose I need to apologize. It's been a long time since anybody raised their voice at me. Smiled. I come all this way because I was hoping to find you. Remember how I talked about reading upbeat stories? There are plenty of stories, but I don't think reading them will ever be able to make me feel better. The problem is, all these stories were written for someone else. I guess what I'm saying is selfish. I'm being selfish about you too. You've always coming to see me, and I take up a lot of your time. Oh boy. How much of your valuable time have you used on visiting me? I don't deserve it. You're spoiling me, I'm afraid. That's why I like you though. Smiles weakly. Yeah, that's a tough one. When people are in a tough place, they often feel like they're not worth it. And they phrase it around in a really warped sense of selfishness. So like, it's selfish to think that someone doesn't want to spend time with you and that you're making a burden on them. Like, it's a selfish way of thinking about it, as opposed to thinking of it as a gift that someone can give that they find meaning from doing, right? So we talked about a couple of these before, like actual literal things that happen during stream between me and other people. Sometimes feeling like you're worth it can be tough to accept when everything around in your life is pretty crap. Sorry, it seems like I used too many words today. I'd like us to be able to speak here again sometime. I'll see you then. Hopefully.
Welcome back.
Alright. We're only yep. Let's go walk Koromaru. We're basically, we don't have to study anymore, so we're just gonna keep walking Koromaru and see who's walking with us. Phew, I'm beat. You're too fast for me, Koro-chan. I bet you're having fun though. Alright, knock yourself out. What do you mean knock yourself? I wonder if Koro-chan's as psyched up as I am. You what? Just 2 days left. I'm getting more anxious about it. Everything will work out, I'm sure. Mom. Alright. You look pretty pleased with yourself, Koro. What'd you do though? Why don't we start heading back? What did you do? Pleased with yourself. Okay. Boxes here. Good morning. Well, tomorrow's the day. Ready. Good. I'll be counting on you. I'm positive a shadow will appear tomorrow. SEGA may be up to something as well. Anyway, please be prepared. and the erupt. Alright. Let's go pray at the shrine. We're shrine prayers now. Every day we pray at the shrine for better social links. Dun, dun. It's a Ken day. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Good luck? Alright. It's here. I'm getting ready for the operation.
Well, tomorrow will be our last operation.
Yeah.
Hey Beth, been lurking around listening while doing stuff? What are you doing right now? I'm doing pretty well. Thanks for asking. What are you up to?
We've been through a lot this last 6 months.
Yeah, it's been 6 months, huh?
Yeah, I guess it had its moments.
Excuse me? Yukari, excuse me? You seemed a little dismissive there.
Still, there was definitely our share of pain as well.
No, fair enough.
Well, it was a lot better than doing nothing, right?
Got it.
Besides, we made some new friends.
Yeah, I guess.
What? Ken, listen, you're starting to sound like Yukari.
Well, it's all been worth it if you ask me. It's been 2.5 years since I got this power. And you don't hear me complaining.
Well, now you're getting ready for bed? Oh, okay. Good day? Good productive day, I imagine.
Sonata-san.
Wow.
Don't forget, we got to meet Koro-chan too. In any case, 2.5 years is a long time, right, Akihiko-senpai? Oh wait, it's been even longer for Aigis, hasn't it?
That's a fair point. Over 10 years.
I was asleep for much of the time, so I have not been in operation for very long.
That's also a fair point.
How about you, Mitsuru-senpai? You started before Akihiko-san, right?
That's true too.
Me? Yes, it was just me at first. Of course, back then, C's didn't exist, and this was just a regular dorm.
Ooh, prequel.
Did the chairman recruit you? No.
Could be more productive, but keeping up at least. Solid, Beth.
I've been aware of the dark hour since I was a child. One time, my father's research team was attacked by shadows. That's when I awakened to my persona, when I witnessed the incident.
That's what happened?
It seems I was the first. If that had never happened, perhaps none of you would have to bear this terrible burden.
Oh, self-deprecation.
Senpai.
It would have happened to someone eventually. Besides, the enemy can't just be ignored.
I suppose that's true.
Rational. On the eve of the final shadow, you can feel quite a passion from your friends. On up! I haven't gotten to the extra stuff yet.
Tomorrow is a big day, so make sure you get your rest.
Alright. I'll follow just that, because we can't heckin' hang out. Oromaru, no walks. He's been walked too often. We don't even need to study anymore. Alright, let's just get to bed early. Okay, let's see. I have no recollection of what's happening next, so this is gonna be first time. Moon will be full of powerful shadow. Okay. We'll just use the characters that we used for our last Tartarus.
I found it. It's currently at the south end of the Moonlight Bridge. The 12th and final shadow.
This is it.
And as we expected, there are 2 persona users nearby.
Okay.
Strega
They know this is their last chance. Even though we were expecting this, we should still be careful.
Those bastards.
Saves us the trouble of looking for him.
You've all done a fine job up to this point. This will be our last operation. Let's all come back safely.
It ends up not, but yeah, let's go all out.
Hell yeah!
Let's go all out is a catchphrase for the all-out attack. I think there is a let's go all out in P4 too. I don't know if P5 kept the let's go all out. It's a pretty decent, it's a wonderful catchphrase. Strategy will heavily on your mind as you prepare your select allies. Alright. It's okay. We're just gonna who do we have? We're just gonna wing it, right? No strategy. Yukari, Akihiko, and Koromaru. What was the weapon? +5 agility? Oh, but it gives up the crit? It is a substantial upgrade though. Alright, fine. I'm willing to give up crit for that. Wait. That actually means that I could... Oh, no, we've already Japan sticked it up, right? What was Akihiko? Okay, Akihiko was good. And... yeah, okay. Alright. Alright, it's time to hit it up. Let's go. South Bridge. Oh, there you go. Here we go.
You know the significance of today, do you not?
Oh, I do remember this. Man. And I do remember this.
You claim you hunt the shadows to prevent the disaster they bring. Yet countless lives are lost each day without their intervention.
That's a whataboutism. It's a logical fallacy.
The power we wield is not itself evil. You cannot deny that.
Yeah. Again, a whataboutism way of doing about arguing.
So, why don't you just admit it? You do not wish to eliminate the Dark Hour.
That would be a leap of logic.
You are merely deceiving yourselves.
Gaslighting.
Look within yourselves, and you shall see. You are indeed foolish children.
Even now even more gaslighting.
Erasing the Dark Hour is the same as erasing yourselves.
And losing your cool. So now that's a selfish projection.
Is even that beyond your comprehension?
Condescension.
As I believed, our goals are irreconcilable.
Gaslighting.
Jin.
Forget these maggots.
Fate shall decide who will prevail. Come.
Oh, we're battling? Oh, we're battling. Alright. I'll show you.
These two are serious. Fight hard.
Can we get like a...
Give me a sec. I'll scan the target.
We'll take out Jin first, because he's a butthead. Let's just throw this out. Alright. Alright, let's throw this out too. Alright.
Fire isn't working. Don't use Agi skills.
Good to know. What about...
Give me a sec. I'll scan the target.
What about Takaya? I guess we'll find out about the lightning. Alright, so it's just fire? That's odd. Puff up.
It's strong against darkness.
Okay, and he's just a pet.
Now you shall be judged.
Alright?
Death Silence these fools.
Oh no, don't hit. Ah! Wait. Oh my goodness, how is he so good at targeting? Oh, okay, that was just
There's
random
no
bad
cure
luck.
for stupidity.
Okay.
Go!
Okay. Taru Kajao. I mean, I'm gonna take you out first. So we've come to terms that I can just do this, right? Yeah.
I summon you! Why, you little... Hang in there!
I don't know how hard he's gonna hit with that buff, but we'll wing it.
I've regained my honor.
By getting up. I have regained my honor by getting up. Okay. Alright, I guess technically he can just... Boop.
I never imagined that your power would rival ours.
Sure. I did.
Astonishing. Perhaps I misjudged your strength.
I bet you did.
Out of my way.
Here's attack.
Playtime's over, kids. It's time for the real deal.
Yeah.
Go to hell!
You just... All you did was buff again. Your little pep. So far I have no reason to be concerned.
Not good enough.
Oh, it still misses.
Persona!
Okay. I guess maybe that doesn't help with accuracy?
So, this is the power of those whose persona awakened naturally.
Who are you hitting here? Okay.
Oh, you're gonna pay for this. It's my turn.
Oh, interesting. Oh, that's not gonna work, right? Not against Koro. That's a weird choice, my friend.
I summon you!
Don't you have a Navi on your team? Checkmate. You know? No Navi. Scrub team.
I won't lose. This can't be.
Shit! These guys are tougher than I thought.
Oh, you're gonna throw it at Koro? Silly goober.
Please hit!
Yeah! Son of a bitch!
Language. Alright. Is this ice? Oh, that's kind of nice. I wonder when Yukari's going to awaken.
Damn it! Is their power that different than ours?
Yeah.
Different.
For us, it's not that simple. It has to be forced out. Didn't your pal tell you?
So it was you who was giving Shinji those pills.
You guys don't have the slightest clue what will happen if the Dark Hour disappears, do you? It won't matter for normal people, since they don't remember anything anyway. But for us...
Huh?
That's enough. Now then. Ordinarily, we'd withdraw, but not tonight. This body, as ephemeral as it is worthless without my power. Therefore, only one choice remains. I shall prove my existence here and now.
Pointing his evoker at himself again.
Takaya!
What are you doing?
Don't be so reckless!
Jin?
Sorry, but those are your words, not mine.
Climbed over the railings
You
of the
win.
bridge.
Looks like you'll get your wish. Go do what you came for.
Wait! Don't tell me you're gonna jump!
I'd rather die than surrender to you. Take a good look. This is how we live.
You have to imagine. This was originally, they used character models within the original P3. And we'll probably see it in P3R later down the road. So
They
use your
jumped.
imagination.
What the hell were they thinking?
They chose their own fate. Don't let it phase you.
The operation has only begun. Our true adversary is waiting. Focus on that, all right?
Right? We will. The shadow ahead is not moving at the moment. It'll all be over if you can defeat it. Alright. Just gonna go. Go time. Right.
This is it. I'll do everything in my power to help you. Just promise me that you'll be careful.
That's not weird looking at all. I don't remember. Well,
I think that floating thing is your main target, but it's out of your attack range. Give me a minute. I'll see what I can find out. Give me a sec. I'll scan the target.
YOLO?
I summon you.
Interesting.
I
YOLO?
can do it. Careful, the enemy's strong against light.
Okay. Alright.
It's within reach. Attack!
I've been waiting for this.
Oh,
Now!
interesting.
Give me a sec. I'll scan the target.
Okay. God's hand, huh?
It doesn't
Oh,
seem
you.
like darkness will work.
That was uncalled for. You hit him back. Photo.
Please hit!
I won't lose.
Nice. Oh, oh no, that's just a change. Ow. Okay. Can I even crit the guy?
Hang in there!
Oh, I can. Oh, never mind. Summon again, okay. Oh!
It summoned another shadow. Give me a sec. I'll scan the target.
YOLO?
Persona! can do it! Be careful. It seems ice doesn't work.
Okay. Sure.
I won't lose.
You can't attack it when it's hovering. Huh? Persona!
Get back down here.
Here's our chance for an all-out attack. Let me at him!
How do you
How
miss?
did it dodge that?
Yeah, exactly. Oh, come on. That is salting some wounds right there.
I summon you!
Okay.
Hang in there!
Punching a guy when he's down.
I've regained my honor.
By standing up.
I
Okay.
won't lose.
How strong? It's not really that. Butthead. Huh.
Persona!
Oops.
Hang in there!
What?
Hang in there! The enemy is weak. Keep it up.
Oh man.
Yukari-chan!
Oh, that can crit? Okay. Are you gonna poop out a little guy? Alright.
Please, be careful. I summon you. Yukari-chan is seriously hurt.
That is
Hang in
lame.
there.
Double miss? Really?
Persona!
It was Bufu, right? Yeah. Oh, you can shock it. Hmm. Oh, it just recovers immediately though.
Persona! Persona!
Get out of here.
Here's our chance for an all-out attack. Let me at him.
I wonder what happens if I just take the dude out. Okay. Okay, dokie. We're fine. Oh, Maracunda. Okay, the hangman. Aptly represented.
Is it over?
Operation completed. Or should I say, mission complete.
Yes, it's finally over.
Or is it?
I believe a celebration is in order. What will be our victory cheer?
Hip hip hooray! Let's eat!
1, 2, 3. Let's eat.
Let's...
Eat? What was that?
No. We gotta eat.
I wonder if Aige-san gets hungry.
That's a
So, Senpai,
good question.
you're gonna throw us a party tomorrow, right?
You don't waste any time, do you? Well, I suppose I could arrange for it.
Ooh, in that case, how about sushi?
Sushi, huh? Yeah, it's been a while. Well, I've got dibs on the halibut and sea urchin.
Oh, then I call the fatty tuna. We're divvying it up already? In that case, save me the salmon roe.
Hey, wait a minute. You can't do that.
I guess the street
What?
shrimp.
You too?
I reserve the shrimp, squid, scallops, and sea eel.
Wait, do you consume?
Hey, that's not fair. You don't even eat.
You should all be ashamed of yourselves, fighting over sushi. Senpai, please order tamago for me. They say you can tell a chef's skill by how he prepares eggs.
Nice.
How old are you again?
Okay, I'll have the very best delivered tomorrow.
Nice.
For real? Oh man, it's great to be alive.
Don't get too excited, Junpei. You're getting the leftovers.
What's left over? Like, what's left over?
What? Well, but it was my idea in the first place.
I guess it's time to say goodbye to the dark hour. Even though it seemed like a curse, for some reason I'm reluctant to let it go.
Yeah.
We really did it, didn't we?
Yes, we saved the world, even if no one knows it.
Yeah.
The battle is over. The dark hour has come to an end. For now.
Good morning.
Oh, hey. In the morning.
This is the first time we've talked during the daytime.
Indeed.
Nice weather, isn't it? This is indeed a new day. For both of us. All the fragments of my memory. They've finally come together. I now know my role clearly. The time has come. As difficult as it may be, I must tell you something. I am afraid this is goodbye. I want you to know. For me, our friendship was a miracle. But miracles don't last forever. If only they did. I shall treasure our conversations always. Even if today is the end, the bond between us can never be severed. Remember that.
Okay. Thanatos. Or Thanatos.
It was fun while it lasted. Farewell.
Will you ever see him again? Of course. Yo, Katone, is your stomach ready? Tonight's the big celebration. I'm gonna eat like there's no tomorrow. Yeah, I'm ready. Me too. I haven't eaten anything since yesterday. You better come back right after school, man. I'll be waiting. Alright, Junpei. Right, here we are, just as promised. Finest.
Oh, nice spread.
Oh, the slices are huge!
Man, I'm starving. Can we eat?
Hey, where are Aiga-san and Akutsuki-san?
I took her to the lab for a tune-up or something. He said they'd join us later.
The chairman just can't stay away from the lab, can he?
That must be my father.
Oh.
We've been waiting for you.
So, it's over at last, huh?
Yes.
Who's he?
Can't you tell? That's Mitsuru-senpai's dad.
You think so?
I mean, you think
Congratulations,
so.
everyone. You've done well. There are no words to express my gratitude. Though you will never receive the recognition you deserve, it is undoubtedly a monumental achievement.
Thank you.
To you, I owe a special thanks for lending us your power until the very end.
Oh, it's no big deal.
The 12 shadows that were the cause of all our troubles have been destroyed thanks to your efforts. You needn't bear this burden any longer. You deserve a chance to experience the joys of youth. The specialized extracurricular execution squad will be dissolved as of midnight tonight.
Dissolved?
I see.
No longer must you put your lives on the line in battle. Tomorrow, you can triumphantly return to a normal school life. Is something the matter?
Oh, it's nothing.
All right, everyone. It's time to celebrate. Your feast awaits you. There's no need to hold back. Eat as much as you'd like.
Sweet! I've been waiting for you to say that.
Minutes before midnight, the party's still going on.
Now listen up, everyone! Well, now that we're all stuffed, how about we take a picture together?
Huh?
Actually, I tried to take one last night, but I forgot it wouldn't work during the dark hour.
You mean you brought a camera with you into battle?
Well, it was our last battle after all. Excuse me, mister. Would you mind taking our picture?
I feel like such a tourist. But I have to admit, I kinda want a picture too. I'm so glad to have a photo with Yukari-chan and our leader. I'll treasure it.
Oh, wait. Kutsuki-san and Aigis aren't here. I guess we'll have to take another one later. All right, everyone get together.
Everyone gathered in front of the
Come on,
camera?
squeeze tight. Everyone come in closer to me.
Does that include me too?
No, not you.
Jeez, let's not keep this poor guy waiting all day to take the picture. Hey, we're good to go. You can take the pictures anytime.
Time to strike a pose.
Hey, get your hand out of my face.
Wow.
Is it just
That
me, or
picture.
did this not get my good side? But we're gonna take another one once Aigis and Akutsuki-san come back, all right?
Yes, we hear you. I can get used to a worry-free life like this.
How about you, Koro-chan? Are you glad to get all this meat?
That's a yes. Went off without a hitch. You spent a moment of relaxation with your battle-weary friends. See. Okay.
Hey, how come nobody's eating? Don't tell me you're full already.
Are you kidding? I'm stuffed. Me too. Ugh, I couldn't eat another bite.
How about you, senpai?
I'm good for now.
All right. Wanna try some, Koromaru?
Don't give the dog raw fish. You'll make him sick.
Aw.
I wonder what's taking those two so long. It's almost midnight.
No, here we go. The dark hour. It's after midnight.
The hell?
The guys in suits. They've transmogrified.
I thought we ended the dark hour. Senpai, what's going on?
I don't know.
Apparently I was right to have my doubts.
Yeah, something didn't feel right.
No way.
Hey, do you hear that? It sounds like a bell, but where's it coming from?
Where is Ikutsuki? Well, why is he late? He's got Aigis with him, doesn't he?
Mitsuru.
Everyone, prepare for battle. We're heading for Tartarus.
To do what?
I don't know, but that's where the sound is coming from. We have to find out what's going on.
Hasn't disappeared. Standing at the entrance.
Ikutsuki-san!
Aigis? Why are you here?
She is here merely to fulfill her role as a weapon.
Huh?
Ikutsuki-san, what's this all about?
You said the Dark Hour and Tartarus would disappear if we defeated the 12 Shadows. That's why we fought so hard. But now...
What is your intention? It was all a lie, wasn't it? You knew from the beginning that the Dark Hour wouldn't disappear.
Excellent deduction, Mitsuru. Unfortunately, your realization has come too late.
No.
You tricked us?
Yeah, that's the twist. Yeah, still remember this.
Everything is as I planned. It is not unexpected that the Dark Hour and Tartarus remain.
Ikutsuki.
In fact, I never intended for you to rid the world of them. Quite the opposite, actually.
What do you mean?
The 12 Shadows were parts of a whole. They were destined to be reunited. And that was accomplished in no small part, thanks to your efforts. Soon, Death, the Almighty, shall arise and bring forth the fall.
Death?
What are you talking about?
The end of all shall come and free this world from despair. The death of everything. But also...
What is he saying? Is he out of his mind?
10 years ago, I too was a scientist for the project we've spoken of. The experiment went awry, but that is not why the Dark Hour and Tartarus were born. They manifested as a result of harvesting the Shadow's power, just as the experiment was designed to do. That is why your grandfather gathered so many Shadows, to bring about the fall.
That can't be.
People have filled the world, yet turned it into a void. The only hope of salvation lies in ruin, according to the prophecy. The fall will be orchestrated by the Prince. And once the Prince has delivered us all, he shall rule the new world as king. The man who tried it 10 years ago failed, but I will not. I shall succeed.
Man, he's totally lost it.
I apologize for deceiving you, but this was for your sake as well. If you follow me for just a little while longer, you too will find salvation.
Bring on the rapture, right?
You call that salvation?
Don't worry. The ignorant will be saved equally.
I have a question for you.
Yes?
In the video from my father, he said to defeat the Shadows. Was that a lie too?
Ah, he did record that himself. Of course, I had to make some modifications.
You doctored it?
I corrected it. Your father was a superb scientist. He may not have known it, but I truly respected him, while others focused on the Shadow's abilities. He explored much more important things, but unfortunately, he could not comprehend the magnificent potential of the fall.
He left that recording at the expense of his life.
It would seem so, but it did prove rather useful, so I'm sure he's happy.
So you were behind it all? You used both me and my father.
Used is such an ugly word. It was for the sake of the world, so how could it be wrong?
Our role is to correct the mistakes of the past. And we intend to do just that.
Ah, how disappointing. I had hoped you would see the light. But you are just children after all. I suppose it can't be helped. Igus, the time has come for you to fulfill your role. Capture them and prepare them to be sacrificed.
Understood. Energy output at maximum.
Igus, what's wrong? Igus, please.
Engaging.
It seems you were unconscious. You can see your friends being crucified. You two are chained to a cross, unable to move. Right.
What the hell?
What is this?
Damn it! I can't get these off!
Father!
Igus is restraining a man in a suit before your eyes. It's Takehara. Takehara.
What is the meaning of this?
It is just as it appears. They are to be sacrifices, harbingers of the fall. The arrangements are complete. The prophecy shall be fulfilled.
What?
You son of a bitch! I'm gonna rip your head off!
My, what a commotion. Igus, direct your aim at Mr. Kirijo.
Affirmative.
Father!
You traitor. Are you insane?
Of course not. You know your father was an unlucky man. Even you, his son, after all this time, do not understand his vision.
My father was wrong. Death is a deliverance. That is not an ideology anyone should ever embrace.
Fool! You are but a nuisance now. Igus, go on ahead and give this man his honorable deliverance.
Wait! Please, Igus, no!
Mitsuru is yelling frantically, straining at her bonds.
What are you doing, Igus?
I am...
Fine. I'll do this myself. 10 years! I've wasted 10 long years! I'm not like your father. I won't make any exceptions.
At that moment, Takeharu freed himself from Igus's grip and pulled out a gun.
What?
Father!
Takeharu slowly fell forward to the ground.
Father!
Damn it! Igus, execute the sacrifices. Let's end this.
Igus!
Snap out of it!
Finish them, Igus!
She hits the chains, the bonds.
Whoa!
Igus!
What? You damn defective machine!
You're all alone now, and you're injured on top of that. Looks like this is it, Mr. Chairman.
You don't get it, do you? It's useless to search for hope or reasons to live in this pathetic world. A world this depraved must be started over from the beginning. And then, at long last, I will rule over the new world.
Stretch his hand towards the sky.
I was so close.
Leans forward as if he's trying to grasp the moon and slowly fell.
How did it come to this? Ikutsuki-san.
Father! Father! Father. One time, my father made a promise. He swore that he would atone for endangering our generation, even if it cost him his life. But I wanted him to live. I became a Persona user to protect him.
Mitsuru slumped to the floor crying like a child. Soon the dark hour will end. Akiko picked up the stunned Mitsuru. Everyone returned to the dormitory in silence. Did you hear about the student council president? I heard her dad passed away from his illness. Bet it's tough to live without your parents. Yeah, I know. I think I'll help my mom cook dinner when I go back home. Okay. Meet in the command room.
The chairman's room has been cleared out.
Well, that's no surprise, considering what he did.
Igus isn't here either.
I just can't believe all this.
It's in the papers, too. Sudden death of Kirijo's group CEO. They blame it on illness, though.
Yeah, it's never the truth.
Nope. Mitsuru-senpai's not here, huh?
She's an only child, so there's a lot of matters to be settled, including the funeral and the family business. I'm sure she'll be busy for at least a week.
That sounds rough. I hope she'll be okay.
So, what are we supposed to do now? What'll happen to Chidori?
No word yet. They're probably too busy to be thinking about that. In fact, the entire Kirijo group must be in a state of shock.
I hope Igus is all right.
Yeah.
What the hell? Am I just supposed to wait for them to get their act together?
Mitsuru is meeting with the board of directors. That might explain the delay.
I see. But still, what are we going to do? We have no idea how to get rid of the Dark Hour. We don't even know what we're fighting against.
What was that he said about the fall? What would have happened if we'd been sacrificed?
There are so many unanswered questions.
True. But there is one thing we know. Tartarus is still around, and there's a bunch of shadows inside it. We should train so we're ready for whatever it is we might have to face.
I agree.
Alright, let's break for tonight. Rest yourselves well, even if you can't sleep.
Got it.
I hear ya.
Yukari-chan.
What's this? A disc?
There were traces of a video on the chairman's hard drive. Most of it was deleted, but I was able to restore some of it. I thought you might like to see it.
Thanks, Fuka. I'll watch it later.
Uh-huh. Make sure that you do.
Her father's recording.
So
Undoctored.
it's just a normal DVD? Alright, let's see what's on here. Oh, there we go.
I pray that this recording reaches safe hands.
That video?
My employer has become obsessed with a loathsome idea. This experiment should have never even been conceived. That's why I had to interrupt it. However, in doing so, I set free a number of shadows that are certain to torment future generations. But if I hadn't, the entire world may have paid the price. Please listen carefully. I cannot stress this enough. You must not hunt the shadows that have dispersed.
Huh? This part's...
I wasn't able to stop this madness. He won't listen no matter what I say. He's under the devil's spell. Now the shadows are trying to eat one another. But if they're reunited, then we are all doomed. I'll say this once more. Leave the shadows be.
This is the original video. Before Ikutsuki changed it, Dad tried to stop the experiment.
There's not much hope for me now. I have just one favor to ask. Whoever finds this, please, give my daughter Yukari this message. I know I promised I'd be home soon, and I'm sorry to break that promise, but I want you to know. Daddy was the happiest man on earth when he was with you.
Dad?
I love you, Yukari. Please, take care of yourself.
Daddy! I know one thing for sure now. I was right to believe in him. Are you listening, Dad? I'm doing okay. It took a while, but I finally got your message.
Oh, this is the awakening. Well, that certainly looks different. Isis.
I'll fight for what I believe in. That's what you would have wanted. Right, Dad?
Alright. I think we can do whatever it is, so bedtime. Velvet room.
Welcome. As I'm sure you are aware, you are currently in a dream. Now then, there has been a change in you recently. Have you noticed? And I am not referring to your change in circumstances. I am referring to the change in your mentality. That is why I have summoned you here tonight. Going forward, there is one thing you mustn't forget.
Is the contract you signed?
I see you recognize it. Shall I remind you of your commitment? I chooseth this fate of mine own free will. There is no need to worry. Whichever path you choose, I shall respect your decision. However, only you will bear the responsibility for your actions, no matter what end they may bring about. Please, remember that. Well then, I bid you farewell.
2 different endings. By one decision.
Yo, Chidori. Sorry about not being able to come lately. A lot's been going on. Hey, what's wrong? So you heard about Takai and Jin, huh? I was planning on telling you. They were your friends, after all. What? That's not it?
I'm scared. It hurts. Junpei, what will you be doing in 2 years?
2 years? I don't know. I really haven't thought about it. Why do you ask? Hey, I noticed you stopped, hurting yourself.
Oh, I guess.
That's good. I mean, you have such beautiful hands.
Don't touch me.
Oh, sorry. I didn't mean to.
This is too painful. It used to be fun when you came to visit, but it's different now.
Huh?
It hurts inside. I can't breathe. I can't take this anymore.
What do you mean? I don't understand. Did I do something wrong? Tell me what it is.
Junpei, don't come here anymore.
But, Chidori...
Alright, we gotta fulfill some requests. The break. Nope, that's the tour. In Scrub, we have the Scrub. And wait. Oh, wait. Let's go on the tour first. Time to break the mood and atmosphere right away.
So, this is Gekkoukan High School. It's difficult to wrap one's mind around such a beautiful place transforming into Tartarus.
You sense the students leaving school staring at you and Theo.
We seem to be under some rather intense scrutiny. They must be able to feel your power too. The denizens of this world seem to have keen senses.
Perhaps. Theo is nodding solemnly.
Here, please come closer to me. Stay in my shadow.
Okay. You can you sense even more stares as you get closer to Theo. The stares from the female students are especially harsh.
Don't worry, I'll protect you. Now, let us head inside the school. Is this a vending facility? If that's the case, then...
Walks towards the school store.
Excuse me, I'd like to purchase a school lunch.
Oh, yes?
Seems Theo is asking for something unreasonable. They have bread though.
Well, they say that having bread for lunch can be a pleasure in itself. I may as well buy one as a gift for my master. Your longest bread roll, please.
Seems to have brought bread. Okay.
Now then, won't you guide me on a tour of the school?
Okay, class 2F.
Ah, a classroom. It's here that you spend such long hours each day. Does it go something like this?
Theo sat at a student desk.
Please, go on, my teacher.
Theo is looking up at you in anticipation. He decides to stand at the podium. Did you try giving him a question? Well, what was the war in 1467? What title did Masakado claim? What food do I like?
1467? You've given me the quantity, but I don't understand the reference.
Since he doesn't understand what it means. He is what you've heard referred to as a problem student.
I now have a much better understanding of what a lesson is like for you. Shall we head elsewhere then?
Are we going to the gymnasium? Well, that's different.
A human figure cast in plaster. What is this ersatz human used for? A living human would seem much more beautiful to me.
Ersatz?
Though if the object is to always keep one close at hand, that may be somewhat understandable. A piano.
Can you play?
Well, certainly I can produce the correct notes according to the music on the sheet, but I doubt that could be called good music. I never understood the difference before, but I think I can appreciate it more nowadays. I wonder why. Do people run around this circle? If so, I doubt they'd get anywhere. Going nowhere. Ah, now I see. It was designed with a profound philosophical point in mind.
Sure. I mean, you can make a philosophical point about running in circles. Walked around the school, okay.
Thank you very much for guiding me around the school. My knowledge of this world is that much deeper now. If it's all right with you, I'd like to again go... again. That's odd. Why did I come here? And why with you? What is this desire I have to know more about you? Oh, pardon me. You must be exhausted. I had you chaperone me to so many different places. Let us go. Please, may I take your hand?
Okay. Alright. Well, I shared the bread that I bought at the school shop with my master. I took advantage of that opportunity and suggested that we have school lunches delivered to the Velvet Room. However, it would seem that there are too many difficulties to make that a feasible addition to our routine. Gekkogan isn't just part of your world, it's a place that you inhabit on a daily basis. Coming into contact with such a place, saturated with your very presence, was an exciting opportunity for me. That's why I will put that aside for now. There's more that I need to consider. Instead, let me give you a hellbiker. He's a frightful man, but he's also part of you, like the rest. He emerges from the sea of your soul. Is this, oh, what is it called? Death Rider? No. I forgot what the name is. Is there anything else? Alright. It's okay. It'll come to me. Alright. Let's see what else requests do we have here. Does that unlock? Okay, so these are 5th block stuff, right? 5th block, 5th block. We'll work on ATLUS and... Okay, we'll do that later. I'll need that to get... Please go water the flowers? Okay. We can do that. And we have to accept this. We'll do that in a little bit. Okay, let's go scrub the bathroom. Oh, is it this bathroom? Wait. Wasn't there a bathroom here somewhere? Where's the bathroom at? I could have sworn there were bathrooms. Oh, no. It's probably, is it over here? Oh, there it is. Can't come in here. I'm still scrubbing the floor. Oh, you're not here to do your business? Okay, so here's... Yeah, we have a brush. Let's go! Scrub that bathroom. Scrub harder. No matter how hard you scrub, the grime doesn't seem to come off. What will you do? Scrub harder! With all your strength, the grime begins to lift. Alright, do you help clean the school bathrooms after lunch or something? You really know your stuff. Alright. That's all we need to do. Scrub, scrubbity scrub. We gotta go to the school to water the plants. Plants. There's the rooftop. There it is. Need to have enough. Water them. Easy. Okay. Seems happy. Okay. Alright, let's turn in our request here. Thank you for helping to clean the Port Island Station restroom. Brush you used to clean the bathroom? The filth that is now encrusted on the bristles might help in battle. A very primitive form of biological warfare. Maybe this is a sort of weapon fusion, no? Maid outfit Y. Seems okay. Thank you for watering the flowers that are about to wither. I've heard that plants grow as long as one continues to water them. Growing with water. I wonder how often my master washes his face then. Perhaps I must investigate this forward. Male... Oh, maid outfit M. Interesting. Figurine. We need to pick this up. Right, we're gonna get to the 30th. We're gonna get to the 11th. Or 12th, it seems. And then... later day, and then... okay. Add this to the list. Alright. Alright, time to advance. Bad luck again. Come on. Some change? Is this the... okay. I don't know where... there's no stairs. So Mitsuru won't be coming back for a while. Okay. Save here. Okay, so we have a side story. Junpei's side story with Chidori? Maybe? Hey, Katone. I think Chidori hates me now. I don't know what to do, man. Go see her. Huh? Yeah, you're right. Maybe she was just having a bad day. Go get him. Go get him. Go get him, Tiger. Alright, we're basically just advancing. Must advance. Okay. Jeez, they found someone with apathy syndrome at cram school too. They're all over the place. You know, I hear the problem isn't just limited to the city. It's happening everywhere. I wonder what's going on to happen to this country. Don't say this country. I wonder what if they contextualize it in the other cast. It's November already. The seniors must be frantically studying now. You'll share their fate next year. I can see you all now tearing your hair out. Anyway, it's a bit cold today, but there's no need for the heater. Can you tell us why, Kotone? Winter is cold. You must appreciate the temperature rather than curse it. That's the Japanese way. Do you understand? You don't, do you? As Se Shonagon once said, Fuyu tsudomete. I'm sure you know what that means, right? Winter mornings are pleasant? So you do have a bit of common sense. Yeah, tsudomete means early morning. She admires what the snow represents, the beauty of the winter frost. Rather than cursing the winter chill, she appreciates its positive qualities. Oh, how wonderful Japanese is, as opposed to modern youth anyway. If you think my hair is frosty too, remember that you'll eventually be just like me. Oh, hate it much. Classical lit teacher. Alright. Yo, Pepper. Alright, let's go back to the shrine. Always praying. Praying for the well-being. Akihiko. Where are you? Very good look. Free night. Time to hang out with Koro again. Always walking around. Jeez, you're too fast. I thought I was a good runner too, alright? Well, sorry. It looks like I made you worry. I'm okay now. I've been thinking, Koro-chan isn't coming here because he's lonely. He comes here to show his master that he's okay. He's showing that he has friends who care for him. Yeah, he'll be alright. I understand that. Okay. Of course. Speak of the devil. Alright, let's race. Back to the dorm we go. Another pleasant walk. We still have... Oh, we haven't resolved Bebe thing yet. Is it Sunday? I'm kind of on the tired side today. Yikes. Alright, let's go talk to Akinari. Mitsuru has to come back before we can start her link. Pretty sure it's Empress, right? Hey, how do you feel about a pink alligator? That sounds wonderful. I thought so too. I knew you understand. Seems pleased. See, it's the main character of a story that I've been writing. He was born in the calm forest of green, but he turned out to be pink. He's so visible that he can't hunt for food easily, so he's always especially hungry. The other animals dislike him and consider his coloration disgusting, almost like he's cursed. So he started living alone, but then he made a friend. His friend was a bird, but a bird that was unable to fly. So the bird would stand on the pink alligator's back and practice its flying. A flamingo? It's embarrassing to talk about, but anyway, how does the story sound to you? Sounds interesting. Really? I've never written a story before, and I'm kind of afraid it's going to suck. But I'm writing it for myself, so that's what matters. Maybe I'll be able to show you the entire novel someday. I started thinking about it the other day, actually. I wanted to write an upbeat story of my own to cheer me up. Maybe if I can find some meaning to life, I can put that in my story. When I write, I can see you in my mind. It seems as if you're telling me not to die just yet. The wind is going to start blowing soon. I can feel these kinds of things now. I hope I have enough time. Let's go home. We can talk again some other time. Be careful. There's a double spoiler here. Can I just walk you whenever I feel like it? Oh. It's only when Koromaru is not tired. Just want to walk the doggo. Over here, a conversation. Hey, good news. Want to hear it? I know you do. I heard the boy who's transferring here today is a stud. Transfer student. Really? Are you just messing with me? No, I heard it from someone who saw them filling out the forms. Which class? 11th grade, classroom F. Oh, well, that's disappointing, but I'll check him out later. What are we talking about? For some reason, there's more chatter than...
All right, everyone. Today we have yet another transfer student. As you all know, this is our third. That makes it a hat trick. Please, introduce yourself.
My name is Ryoji Mochizuki.
Oh. Wait. I don't remember what his deal is.
I would be grateful if you could show me the ropes.
Hey, he's kind of cute.
What? Oh, I think he's he might. Was he supposed to be the reincarnation of the representation of Eros? I'm not sure, actually.
I was thinking the same thing. Not so loud.
That's how that works.
Nice to meet you.
He does kind of remind me of him, but grown up, basically. Like Pharaoh's grown up. I don't know yet. I don't recall. Seems to be looking in your direction.
Ryoji lived overseas for a long time because of his parents' work. So he may not be used to all of our customs. Be sure to explain them to him.
I'd be grateful.
Now then, you need a seat. Let's see. That one's open. Second from the left in the front.
Miss Toriumi, technically that seat's taken.
You must be present to be a member of this class, so as far as I'm concerned, that seat is available. Life is nothing but a game of musical chairs. The rest of you should be careful too.
Dang. I guess it's eyeing the transfer student rather intently.
Good morning. I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name.
You are dangerous.
Dangerous? I haven't even asked you out on a date yet.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's supposed to be death and like
A date?
related to death.
I guess, what's wrong with you?
Rejected from the start. You're an interesting girl.
Your teacher understands, Igus.
A resemblance, though. I mean,
You haven't had very long to be the new student, and already you have to share the spotlight. I wish your classmates would pay attention to me for a change. Hey, are any of you even listening?
womp womp. Quiet down, everyone. Just because we have a transfer student doesn't give you a license to be misbehave. Anyway, anyone who doesn't settle down will be left out of the school trip next week, got it? I don't remember what the school trip is. Good. Now let's begin today's lecture. Where did we leave off last time? Oh, forget it. I'm not using the textbook. Indeed, 'twas I who found the corpse. I'm not going to say it again. Be quiet. The students who want to pay attention can't hear. If you must gossip about Ryoji, you can wait until the break or ask him then yourself. I don't remember the interaction with Ryoji. Hey, Kotone. Come on over here. Gunpei beckons you. Do you need something? You know the new transfer student, right? Has he been introduced to you yet? Anyway, this is Kotone Shiomi. Hello. She transferred here earlier this year. Oh, I see. I'm Ryoji Mochizuki. Nice to meet you. Yoroshiku. Hey, what's wrong? What are you gaping at? Huh? I just got the strangest feeling when I looked at Kotone-chan. It's like, I don't know, nostalgia. Have we met before? Haha, well, that's one of the oldest pickup lines in the book, but that's not how I meant it. Anyway, I hope we get along. Yeah. Pretty sure. Fortune? We're still missing Fortune. Fortune. What kind of fortune? one may wonder. I get the feeling we'll become good friends. I'm looking forward to chatting with you more. You are a threat. I guess someone appears from somewhere. Ryoji-san, please step away from Kotone-san. Oh, Haige-san. Would it be alright if I stood closer to you then? Absolutely not. Yikes, what's all this about? Alright, well, we're just gonna go hang out with Akihiko instead, alright? Just saying. It's time to close the deal. Akihiko is our romance target. Dorm. Whoa, his dorm is... Wow.
Sorry, there's nowhere to sit except the floor. Maybe I have a cushion somewhere. Oh, you want something to drink?
It's alright.
Okay. My room doesn't weird you out, does it?
It's a baller of a room. It fits you.
You think so? That's good. Though, I guess that means it's me, not my room, that's weird. This is all new for me.
Okay. Never had a girl in your room? That's okay. I don't know what to do.
Hey, don't tease me. I wanted to give you this today. Will you take it?
A rabbit doll.
Don't you think it looks like you?
Excuse me?
What's with that face? It looks just like you. There was a time when I thought I was just seeing Miki in you.
Oh, interesting.
But when I bought that, I knew then that wasn't the case. Passing by toy stores always made me think of Miki. But I still kept trying to forget her. I kept telling myself I was doing everything I could. Then when I saw that in the store, your face was the first thing that popped into my mind. And then I thought about Miki. I thought about her smiling. If it hadn't been for you, I might never have gotten over it. I would have just pretended that I did. Whether things have been painful or happy, or sad, you've always been there for me. You should know that if you're ever going through hard times, I'll be there for you too. From now on, we have each other. I hope you don't mind me saying this, but you mean a lot to me. I love you.
Oh, there you go. There you go. I don't know what the other scenes are. Maybe I'll go look online what the other scenes look like with the other characters.
I wonder how things would have gone if you hadn't come here. I mean, Port Island in general, not this room. Don't think I'm gonna lose control or anything because I let you in here. Oh, come on, don't laugh like that. You're the only one I can act this way around. Would you mind calling me Aki?
But Shinjiro calls you that.
Come on, let me hear how it sounds.
Refuse. All right, fine.
Thanks. I'll be sure to make you happy. In time, I hope you can find even more about me to love.
I think I forgot. Maybe you can pick Junpei and Shinjiro and Ken in a different way, I suppose.
Yo, what's up?
Ryoji is a pretty nice guy, but Ai-chan was all paranoid about him. I wonder why. Ryuji-san is no good. That's all she keeps saying too. Alright, Kodo time. It's time to seal the deal. Back to you here, okay. Ran off behind the shrine. Returns with something in his teeth. Koro-chan is looking up at you with his big eyes. You took what Koromaru was holding. A dirty collar. Is this yours? Koromaru is wagging his tail. It seems he wants you to hold on to it. Don't cherish it. Happily running around in circles. But a collar? Am I your master? No? Oh, shaking his head. Okay. The priest is your master. Can I hold on to it? Answer. Will you stick with me? Oh, let me try at you with his big eyes. Resolution. Cute. It would be interesting if they like they touched up the items so like you can inspect the items. Or I think one thing is really missing. I'll talk about these at the end of the game, like when we do the Makoto Yuki thing. There are quite a lot of things that clearly it screams like 2006 were back in the day. I'm genuinely curious if they add all the expectations of like the modernization of the games. Like one of them is inspecting items. So like all the key items from social links or JRPGs, you can go into the menu, look at the item, and you maybe even rotate it or look at like the rendering of them because they're very significant items. So all the items that you were given, I don't think there's a character model. I'll look in the menu. I'm pretty sure they don't have them yet. Mario is running around the shrine while wagging his tail. You decide to play with him a little. You pep. You're a pep. Alright. Morning. I heard Mitsuru-senpai is coming back today. How is she? I don't know. But I'm sure she's feeling kind of down. I don't blame her, of course. What time is it? Yeah, I don't think key items. Yeah, so there's not really there's no inspection. So I can't like see if they put some details in. I really enjoyed those things. Something that Capcom titles do a lot, where you can look at the item and you can expect it because they're key items. That would be a little nice touch for a modernization. Modernization lore building happens a lot with the key items, where you can rotate and look at them and zoom in and stuff. Like collectibles and all of that in JRPG stuff. This is probably prior to what they wanted to do. Alright, we're gonna see the conclusion of Bebe's thing too. Whoops, not it. Also, Bebe's chapter. Bebe's sewing machine is humming pleasantly. Here we go again. Alright. We're having a good time with Bebe. Hanging out. Okay. There we go. I'm finished. It seems Bebe has finally finished the kimono. You did it! Very nice. I have no complaints. Bebe seems pleased. When my uncle sees this, he will surely let me come to Nihon. It is time for him to concede. I must hurry up and go see him. So, I have to say goodbye for a little while. Sayonara. But I'll be back. I will not give in to my uncle. Alright. Kotone-sama, please take this. Money pouch. Just straight up. No, he's stuck. I made it from the leftover material. It is a sign of our friendship. Onegaishimasu. Please, wait for my return, Kotone-sama. My favorite memories from Nihon are all the times we hung out together. I'll be waiting. Thank you so. Wow. I just cried. Okay, alright. That's a pretty quaint ending. That's one of the more straightforward ones. So we still got Ken, Ryoji, Mitsuru probably is Empress, and then the son, so Akinari, right? I think those are our last social links. This one was quaint. Pretty straightforward. It's the quintessential otaku though. Hanashi, it makes me sad, but tomorrow I must go. Otone-sama. And genki de ne? After promising, yep. Alright.
Greetings.
Another wrap. Let's just return to the dorm. You look really tired. She went straight to her room without saying a word. She'll be fine. I hope so. Alright, we're gonna talk to Ken now. Alright, time to chill with Ken. Ken is an awkward one. Because of the motherly love situation. You and Ken step out to go get dinner. Okay. Why don't you choose where we go tonight, Kotone-san? Anyway, anywhere you want. I'll pay. Huh? Ken? Huh? Ah! Oh, he's one of my classmates. A boy about Ken's height walks by. What are you doing? Nothing. I'm just about to go to dinner. This your sister? Huh? Oh no. What are you getting mad at me for? Because I'm not her younger brother. Otone-san, she's my... Ken falls silent with a troubled look on his face. We're teammates, right? That's so weird. What's so weird? I mean, she's way older than you. Shut up. Don't be ridiculous, stupid. Your face is stupid. Whoa. Ken's crossing around. Did he just call you a hag? It sounds like you to me. Shut up, coffers. You potato. I'm sorry you said that stuff. I'm sorry. Nah, he's just a kid, man. Show you a potato, I'll show you a potato. A kid. Don't lump me in with him. If you say it like that, then and hangs his head low. You and me were nowhere close to each other's age. I know that already. That's a fact that can't be changed. So why are you bothering with a kid like me, Kotone-san? The guys at the dorm are older than me, and you have lots of friends, right? Then why me? Ken looks downward, but he has a serious expression. You must be honest with him. You're a special friend. Kotone-san, you call me your friend? And I'm a special friend too. Even though I'm just a kid? I can't be there for you like everyone else. And you still... thank you. You're very kind after all. I really look up to you. You're so kind and strong. I want to be more like you. It's a maternal thing, you know? Maternal. Oh, I forgot that I had homework. I'm sorry. I'll just get something quick to eat and go up to my room today. Well then. It's bright red. It's off. Okay. Yep. Hey, have you seen the transfer student in class 2F? Isn't he handsome? Oh yeah, I did. Joji, right? He's kind, handsome, and rich. I'm going for him for real this time. That's not fair. I called dibs. Oh goodness. Alright, well, Akihiko is playing second wheel now. Alright. Let's go straight to the shrine and pray for good social links. speed run friendship making. Okay. Yeah, he's the only guy left. We gotta help Junpei reconcile with Chidori. I genuinely do not remember what happened to Chidori and Junpei's deal. Wait, where is he? Eh? Oh. Hey, Kotone. I'm thinking about visiting Chidori at the hospital. So, think I should bring anything for her? Just talk to her, man. Expensive fruit. That's all? I was thinking about some kind of present. But you know, maybe it would be enough just to talk. I mean, she's in the hospital all alone. Oops. Accidentally disconnected my controller there. I don't know if she'll listen to me, to my stories, but I'm gonna try. Good luck, Junpei. Good luck. Can I walk you? Be bored? Spend the evening? Yes. We'll just spend the evening with Koromaru, regardless. Talking happily. Lucky charm, sure. Oh, are these mandatory? Huh. Huh, Kotone-chan. Miuchi is waving to you. Good morning. What a coincidence. Some people might call it destiny. Look, the sun's shining off the ocean beautifully. This view really lifts our spirits. I think I understand. Huh? Really? I'm glad to hear that. I thought that the world was being especially dazzling today. Could that be because you're standing here with me? Smooth. Smooth. Oh, we're almost at school already. That's a shame. Is school fun? Yeah, it's a lot of fun. You know, it's probably because I know I can see you there. Everything's glimmering there, just like this ocean. It's a little thick. Just a wee bit thick. Oh, we're here. I hope today turns out to be fun. No questions. Oh no, not again. Edogawa, please. Alright, we begin. Om Vajraratna Om. Alright. Today we'll be examining regional forms of magic. First up is India, one of the birthplaces of magic. You may not think of India as an especially magical place, but it's precisely the opposite. If you think about it, esoteric Buddhist magic came from India. It was a definite influence on Gnosticism and a foundation of modern day theosophy. It's said that the Upanishads, part of the Vedas, are the original books of magic. Many ancient Indians were passionate in their search for magic. These Indian magicians emerged in similar circumstances as other places around the world. In India, it's traditional to lead a pious life, but eventually some people claim to have gained immense power through tapasya. At first, their claims were rejected, but they slowly gained power in numbers. Eventually, they were accepted into common practice. They are the ascetics mentioned in the Upanishads. However, a normal human wouldn't be able to mimic their skills. The Tapasvins have surpassed the limitations of humanity. Do you think you could fast and pray for months at a time without eating or sleeping? You'll die before attaining any powers. So it's understandable that the Buddha rejects such extreme asceticism. Asceticism. Of course, the Upanishads aren't all about such wild practices. They contain very practical methods too. Yoga, for instance, was also introduced in these scriptures. Are you all listening? No out-of-body projections now. Perhaps a test is in order to see if you are listening. Get it wrong and I'll pile on some extra bad karma. Touché. Who should I call on? How about you? Alright. What is the ancient Indian magical text I mentioned today? The Upanishads, or however you pronounce it. Remember to live an honest life. Moving forward, yoga is full of variations. Some asanas are for health, while others are for prayer and worship. One important system is hatha yoga, the type of yoga people are most familiar with today. In this yoga, one cultivates a healthy body to attain purity of mind. I do some of that. Coincidentally. Edogawa, I tell you. Alright, straight to the shrine.
Greetings.
Alright, I think we can get the food from you, right? Thanks to full stomach. Thanks you're hungry, looking at you sympathetic. Oh, that's how we get the dog food. Gourmet dog food. Silly goober. Where's Ken at? You Ken Pep? Alright. Oh, here we go. I love the air here. It's nice and cool in the morning, and in the afternoon the sun's bright and it smells like nature. But I especially like it at night. It's quiet. It makes me feel like I can be true to my own feelings. Ben smiles peacefully. I had some homework a while back. We were supposed to write an essay about our dreams for the future. I couldn't think of anything to write about though. The teacher got angry and made me stay after class, but I couldn't come up with anything. I really couldn't think of a single thing I dreamed of. But my teacher said that I had to turn it in right then, so I wrote that I wanted to be a soccer player, because that's what the next guy to me wrote. And nimbly scales the jungle gym. Come up here, Kotone-san. The sky's a little closer up here. We climbed the jungle gym and sat next to Ken. I figured out why I couldn't say anything about what my dreams for the future are. It's probably because I've never thought about myself like that. I didn't care about the future. But you made me realize that you didn't treat me like a kid or take pity on me. You listened to what I had to say. I don't simply wish to become an adult anymore. It all depends on how I become one. There's no rush. There's never a rush to grow up. Yes, I need to go at my own pace, right? If you can stay by my side and watch over me, I'll be happy. And blushes a little. Okay. Alright. If you don't mind, can we visit the shrine before I head back? I want to pray for everyone's safety. You're all important to me after all. Motherly relations. The Kyoto trip is almost here. I don't remember what the Kyoto trip is about. I don't care much about shrines, but I'm still excited about it. Me too. I want to see deers, deers, and deers. Oh my goodness. Just deers, eh? Wait, you're thinking of Nara. Yeah, Nara is the deer place. Not Kyoto. Alright, where's Ryoji at? There he is. Let's go. Oh, Ryoji-kun, are you going home? Mikako-chan. Oh, it's Ryoji. Hey, are you going somewhere? Feels like Akihiko all over again. Ryoji is suddenly surrounded by a swarm of girls. Sorry, ladies, but I already got plans for today. Maybe next time. What? When's next time gonna be? Tell you what, I'll make sure I see you in your dreams tonight. Squeal. Aww. Ryuji charms his way through the throng of female students. Ah, please. You're all so cute. I can't choose just one of you. I'm sorry, but I already decided on my princess for today. Ryuji suddenly takes your hand. The glares you receive from all around are physically painful. Why'd you do that? Why would you do that? Why? It's because... Ryuji suddenly falls silent. Ryuji. Sorry. What's the matter? It's just that... I'm sorry, I feel like I shouldn't be saying things like this to you. He looks dejected. I want to be more sincere with you. I wonder why... He tightens his grip on your hand. The other girls leave, throwing a few dark looks at you. Oh, sorry. Aige-san's going to get angry again if she sees me holding your hand. But I wonder why. For some reason, Aige-san too. I feel like I know her. And it's on the tip of my brain. I just can't remember it. Ryuji looks somewhat sad. Obviously, we see the resemblance. Oh, I shouldn't let myself get lost in thought while you're with me. Hey, can you show me around the city? I want to see all the places you like to go to. Spend time meandering the city. Fair enough.
Hello.
Junpei doesn't seem like his usual self, so I wonder why he's going to see Chidori-san. Maybe her persona went out of control? That's kind of weird that it doesn't give you an update. Alright. Time to go to bed. The sheets. Hit the sheets. Sheets time. Saturday. Wait, we have class on Saturday? Let's begin today's lecture. I just realized we do have class on Saturday. Let's begin today's lecture, shall we? Oh, here we go again. Abiran gen basara datoban. Okay. I'll be teaching today because maybe it's best you don't know. Anyway, it was a spur of the moment assignment, so I had to devise a lesson plan quickly. And the first thing that came to mind was a seminar on practical magic. For instance, breathing techniques. Some people would say it doesn't count, but breathing and magic are actually very closely related. That's because breathing affects more than your body, it influences the mind as well. The ancient Greece word for breath was pneuma. It was considered crucial in medical science of the day. Pneuma later began to refer to kindly spirits of humans in Gnostic Christianity. That was when breathing came to recognize as playing a crucial role in magic. There are many applications I could name. One's breathing technique is an important factor in yoga. There also exists a procedure called ibuki in Shinto that revolves around breathing. From these examples, breathing techniques spread around the world through the influence of magic. But back to practical matters. Let me show you something called Tan Tian breathing? Is that how he's writing? Wait. Tan Tian? Some say that Gautama Buddha himself practiced this method. It's a type of abdominal breathing in which you focus your energy on a point called a Tantian. First, you must know where your Tantian is located. It's about 3 fingers width beneath the navel. Why would such a place on your body be considered a special spot and get a name like this? It's because the Tantian is where the most energy can be charged. Notice how if you send strength to the Tantian, you can't feel strength anywhere else in your body. Your Tantian absorbs your body's strength, stabilizing the mind and the body. Let's try doing some Tantian breathing now. If this is your first time, it may be a good idea to keep your hand on the Tantian to focus your consciousness. Once you pinpoint your Tantian, take a few breaths. Imagine that the air you pull into your breath to your body is centering around the Tantian. Then slowly and deeply breathe through your nose. Put some energy into your Tantian until you can breathe it harder, then breathe out. Repeat this process, but know one thing. If you're doing it correctly, you shouldn't be feeling any pain. Simply breathing deeply in and out shouldn't cause you pain. If that happens, there's something inhibiting your mind. Breathing methods work well in tandem with meditation, which is crucial for magicians. Okay. It's important not to believe that all you're doing is breathing. In truth, you can improve your physical fitness through breathing techniques. That leads, in turn, to improvement in your psyche and astral self. That's it for today. Oh, goodness. I mean, I still do breathing techniques for running and stuff. So, and after running and all that. There are definitely merits to all of this. Yoji?
There you are. I've been looking for you.
Oh, okay.
Oh, hello, Takeba.
Oh, I see.
It's rare for you to miss a student council meeting.
I take it someone asked you to find me?
Well, yeah, even though I'm not a member.
Sorry about that.
They seem pretty busy with the class trip and all. I bet you have your hands full since it's both for juniors and seniors.
Huh, the class trip, huh? Even if I went, I'd only spoil the fun.
You're not thinking of skipping the trip, are you? You can't do that. You know, I've been meaning to talk to you.
Is that so?
To tell you the truth, you're not the easiest person to relate to.
Oh, that is an understatement.
But I know what it's like to lose a father.
Takeba.
I decided that I should be more upfront with you from now on.
Ah, there she is. I've been looking everywhere for you.
Ryoji-kun. Why are you here?
Huh? Didn't you come looking for Mitsuru-san too? It's the same for me. There was this guy who asked me to find her.
Guy?
He said that if I didn't, the class trip might get cancelled.
Hidetoshi-kun. He'll hit up anyone in arm's reach for favors.
But I'm the lucky one who found you, Mitsuru Kirijo. You're quite stunning, if I may say so. Would you like to go out sometime? I know this one restaurant. It's on the top floor of a 3-star hotel.
I'm pretty sure it's the same voice actor, like the same actor, because all he has to do is like squeeze a little and it's like, hello there. Sorry.
The view at night is almost as breathtaking as you.
Yeah, if he squeezes his voice a little, you can still hear the good evening.
Huh? Senpai, you better get back to the meeting.
I suppose so. Takeba, thank you for your concern. For now, I will attend to my duties.
Hey, she left without answering my question.
For now, huh? I don't like the sound of that.
Yukari-san, how about you? Would you like to join me for dinner? I know this place on Shirakawa Boulevard. Ow!
That answers that. Alright. Off to the shrine. We're basically praying for relationship points. Or social link points. Always constantly praying for the safety. Just pray days in, days out. And then we're walking Koromaru, of course. Alright. Cars? Alright. Nah, we're going straight to the school trip at this point. Alright, let's go. No lucky charm? Alright. I screwed up. I forgot to talk to Junpei. Oh no. Oh, hang on. Oh no, I screwed up. Oh no, I don't know how far back. Oh, cause I really need to. Dang it. Oh, I'm so far back. Oh no, I screwed up. Screwed up bad. Dang it. All right, well we'll have to do this very quickly. So you can't actually walk him over. I totally screwed up. Dang it. I should have saved. That's okay. Super speed. This speed run 7 days. So man. Quick. Make up all those days again. Dang. I really don't have a habit of saving. Old school quality of life stuff. What? Okay. Okay, this is when Doji shows up. There's no skip in this game. Okay. Wow, I did a lot without saving. Save me. Okay. Alright. Thank goodness for at least the dialogue acceleration. Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Then we have Bebe. Okay. Save me. Okay. Now the weird interaction outside. Okay. Okay. I gotta make sure I don't skip the in my haste, don't skip the same thing again. Almost back. Lost like 5 minutes. Maybe like 10 minutes actually. Okay. Okay. Almost there. Okay. Alright. Alright, this is the part I screwed up. Right? Maybe not. Yeah, we're almost there. Ugh, I lost a whole week. The girls. Okay.
Hello.
All right, let's save here. Let's not repeat that again. Wait, can I hang out with you, buddy? Nope. Okay. Alright, we gotta get to the Kyoto trip at least, right? Alright, that was the last one. And then this part. Alright. We're back. Shrine. And I'm supposed to be encouraging Junpei to go to Chidori. Not sure if anything comes of it, so... wow, bad luck.
Welcome back.
Okay. Alright, Junpei. I want to see Chidori yesterday. I went to see Chidori yesterday. Check this out. Every time she looked at my face, she got angry. I thought about asking the nurse if something was up, but I'm sure the staff doesn't give a care. I'm gonna stop visiting her. No, don't give up. Really? Yeah, you know, you're right. I'm famous for never knowing when to quit. I'm going to visit her whether she likes it or not. Ganbatte. Now we can do whatever. Let's go chill and walk. Frolicking. Mad Bull. Alright. Time to go on a date. But it's none other than Ryuji, right? Alright, let's go. Weather's great. Oh, he's heading over here? This place is interesting. What makes it interesting? You know, that's a hard question to answer. Ryuji keeps looking around eagerly, taking in all the details. You know, all these people around us, I'll bet they're all couples. Now that you mention it, you see romantic couples everywhere in the cafe. Being lovers means that there's nobody else in the world that can care more for her, right? That'd be wonderful if it was really true. I think it can really happen. Really happens. I see. Laughs amiably. You know, sometimes I think I would still like you no matter if you were a guy or a girl. That's one way to write it. What do you mean? Is that such an odd thing to say? I'm positive that I've known you before. When I'm with you, I just get this feeling that I'll find out how I know you and we'll become closer. But for some reason, that makes me want to cry. I've never cried before. Heavy, heavy illusions. I want to spend time with you alone like this. If I'm not bothering you, would it be alright if I asked you out again? No bother at all. I see. I'm happy to hear that. Oh, that reminds me. That school trip coming up soon, right? Let's find some time to go somewhere together while we're there. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to it. Okay.
Welcome back.
Oh, man. Koromaru is not even here. The heck, man. Alright, sure. We're going to bed. Gotta recover. Oh, that trip is coming up. Tomorrow's the school trip. Have you packed your things? Of course. You got the bathing suit, flashlight, snacks, and my checkerboard. You don't travel light, do you? Tomorrow you leave on your field trip. Ah, Kyoto, home of my heart. Some teachers believe you should visit foreign countries, but I steadfastly oppose them each year. It's shameful the way we've lost our passion for our homeland. Why don't we spend some time today learning of our nation's innate beauty? I'm sure your teachers haven't converted that subject. You all know that our national flower is the cherry blossom, right? However, in the days of Manyoshu, if you were to ask someone, they would tell you it was the plum. Yeah, the plum blossom. Okay. Anyhow, one day my neighbor invited me to her house. She fed me gruel. I'll never forget the taste. I tried to give her something in return, but she never accepted my gratitude. Humility is a true Japanese way. By contrast, children today are nothing but great words, I imagine. Nothing but great words. Okay. Road trip, I'm so psyched! It kinda sucks that we're all going to Kyoto though. What's so sucky about it? He got his energy back. What are you talking about? I'm always energetic. By the way, you better behave while we're gone. Don't go throwing any parties, got it? Who is Ken staying with? And please don't worry about bringing me back a souvenir. Hey, are you trying to use reserve psychosis on me or something? No, of course not. It's just that Kyoto has a lot of great tasting snacks. Reverse psychology. Reverse psychosis. Okay. Free night. Oops. Oh, you can turn on the television. Oh, interesting. Alright. Let's go walk. What do you got for me, boy? Eh. Okay. Leave for the trip. The train is rescheduled to arrive in Kyoto in the afternoon. Alright. Hope it'll be a memorable experience. Alright. I have to try not to screw up here, apparently. Kyoto Station. You rode the bullet train here?
Kyoto, huh? Talk about a cliched place to go on a school trip.
Huh? Don't you like it? I think it's a beautiful place to have some good memories of while we're still young.
Is that so? You know, every now and then you sound like an old man.
Really?
Up ahead in the senior line, Mitsuru looked depressed.
She came. Thank goodness.
Okay, you transferred to a tour bus after arriving at Kyoto Station. The sun has already set. I don't remember this. Higashiyama Sanjo Godaigo Inn.
We're finally here. Whoa, nice place.
It is an expensive area, after all.
Hey, what's that umbrella for?
Want to get for decoration?
I see. So that's the style here in Kyoto, huh? Say, why don't we go hang out somewhere together after this?
What kind of reasoning is that? Watch yourself around this guy, okay, leader? He'll go after any girl with a pulse.
Leader? That's no way to refer to someone with so cute a name as hers. Oh, and I don't just go for anyone. I want to get to know you better because you're you. Though I must say, we're getting along pretty well already.
Huh? What's with that chuckle? Wait. Don't tell me, are you two...
Nah, it's not like that.
You are a problem. Ugh, sheesh.
So where were you guys gonna go at your old school, Ryoji? Somewhere interesting, I bet. Kyoto's so typical, don't you think?
I don't really remember.
Are you serious? That's the highlight of the year.
Really?
Huh.
Agus is looking at the pond in the courtyard.
Is this one of the open-air hot springs I have heard about?
That's the courtyard.
Yep, this is the courtyard, I guess. Want to go out for a walk later?
Come on, you can talk later. You're blocking the hallway. Girls, your rooms are that way. Why don't you go get unpacked?
You heard her.
We'll see you later then.
This way.
This way.
I'm looking forward to seeing the rooms.
Well, I will see you later.
All right, this has gone far enough. Junpei and Ryoji-kun, guys' room. Igus, girls' room. You're coming with us.
Aww.
Okay. Wait. You? 6 Hada color. I need this. The Yatsuhashi. Okay. Where? How do I get to the second floor? And we just gotta buy a bunch of stuff. Whoa, I don't recall this part. Alright. The durian soda. Nice. Jumbo juice. I kinda actually remember the jumbo juice and the V6. The not V8. Okay. Then where is our room at? Wisteria. Oh, they're all flower names. Oh. The heck? What? I'm going to... Is it on the 3rd floor? Daffodil, hydrangea, bellfire. Oh, here we are. Okay. Our room. Ooh. Look at those low res pictures. You went sightseeing around Kyoto abroad at tour bus. Visiting the places in person was much more exciting than seeing them in photographs. In the afternoon, everyone went their separate ways at the Kamagawa near the hotel. After everyone returned to the inn, the riverbank of the Kamo River, Sanjo Ohashi.
We should probably head back. We don't want to miss curfew. The later it gets, the more crowded the Shijo becomes.
Why are you still concerned about me? Our days of fighting together are over. We have no common goal to fight for, no enemies to defeat, no reason to be friends.
That's not true.
We've reached our conclusion. Why should we continue on? Everything I believed in was a lie.
You failed to what? To protect the most important person in your life? Is that what you're trying to say? You said you were atoning for what the Kirito group did in the past, but that's not true. You were only fighting to protect your father.
That's right. I fought to protect him, and look what happened. My trust for the chairman blinded me, and I fell right into his trap. There was nothing I could do. My father placed the onus of responsibility all upon himself. And ever since the incident, he looked as if he was dead inside. I fought so that he could release the shame and guilt that burdened him so. But my efforts were futile, and now my life is without meaning. Right?
I'm sorry, but we don't know that for sure yet. Hey, did you know that I used to live around here? After my dad died, my mom spent all her time throwing herself at random men. I couldn't stand to see her acting like that, so I used to come out here to the riverbank to get away. My belief in my dad was all I had.
Your father was only doing what he thought was best.
Yes, but it was still wrong. So he fought to the end to try and make it right again. He never gave up. He believed shadows were dangerous and they needed to be stopped. Even if it meant losing his life. That's why I fight. I want to eliminate the Dark Hour and fulfill my dad's final wish.
Fulfill his final wish.
That's all No. We can do. Right, Senpai?
Yes. Yes, I agree, Takeba. It's not over yet. Nothing has been decided. We must put an end to this, for the sake of my father. And yours.
Senpai.
Yukari, will you stand with me until the end?
Of course. Well, I guess we should go and take a bath together now.
That's a weird transition.
Take a bath together?
Yeah, in the outdoor hot spring back at the hotel. It's really nice. Now that we have everything out in the open, there's nothing left for us to hide.
Nothing.
Hey, stop blushing. I didn't mean it like that. Anyways, we should really get going. It's already past curfew.
That's weird. That's a weird transition.
There's no need to worry, Father. I am not alone.
Oh, awaken.
And I'll never look back again.
Oh, that's an interesting one. That chain's seen better days, though.
Please watch over me.
Alright, so we're basically accelerating stuff. Free time? No, we're just gonna go to bed. We're good. Full excursion day 3. Today's itinerary, walking tour of Kyoto. Get those pictures, man. Good old PS2. In contrast to yesterday, Mitsuru looks to be enjoying herself. She's being friendly with her classmates and Yukari. Okay. Since Riju asked you to come along, you decide to walk along more with him. The banks, okay. You sat with Ryoji. I keep saying Ryuji. Ryoji eating a crepe that you brought from a nearby stand. A green tea crepe. That color is a little off-putting. Oh, but it's delicious. You can find this in Iwadodai. It makes me kind of happy. What makes you happy? I'm having new experiences and I get to share them with you, Kotone-chan. That's why I enjoy so much. He laughs, delighted. Hey, here's something I didn't know. The light reflects off the river in a different way than it shines off of the ocean. Is it because it's flowing? Oh, that might be it. The water is on a journey too. I bet that must be fun. He smiles serenely. That reminds me, this place is filled with couples too. It seems that just as Ryoji mentioned this, there are suddenly couples everywhere you look. They all look like they're having fun. What kind of things do lovers talk about? No clue. Is that so? Does that mean you've never had a boyfriend, Kotone-chan? I see. Ryoji seems cheered about that for some reason. That's an inference. He gazed intently at you. What's the matter?
Why you, I wonder? Sure, you're nice and pretty, but I don't think it's that. It's just you.
Seems to be muttering this to himself. You can sense that Ryoji thinks dearly of you. Okay. Hey, would you be willing to see me like this after we get back from the trip? The day after we get back is the 22nd. It's a Sunday. I'd like to spend some more time with you. Okay. Oh, I'm so glad. I was getting anxious about what I was going to do if you said no. Then the 22nd it is. Don't forget. Interesting. It's starting to get a little chilly. I wonder if winter is just around the corner. Should we get going? Alright. We browse the souvenir. Or just... wait. Stay up for a little while? Where's Fuka? Fuka. Oh, Kotane-chan, do you want to go to the outdoor hot springs? Sure, let's go. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Kotane-chan, you have to go back to your room and get ready first, right? I'll talk to Mitsuru-senpai and Yukari-chan about it while you're doing that. I'll ask Aigis too, but is it alright for her to take a bath? Yes, she's waterproof, right? Alright. Inside the hotel outside hot spring. Outdoor hot spring.
Wow, this hot spring is huge!
So, this is an outdoor hot spring. Unfortunately, its therapeutic healing benefits will not help me.
You hear splashing from the hot spring.
Who's that? Is someone there?
What's the matter, Yukari? Did you see something?
Did you hear that just now?
Peeping Toms.
Hear what?
What about you? Did you hear something?
I certainly did.
You did, huh? Fuka, could you check over there? It could be a ghost.
Oh man, now I'm having flashbacks to Motoha in the summer event.
But okay.
It's been decided that you've all going to find out what the sound from the hot spring were.
Okay, I'll go around from the left.
Okay, then I'll head right. Come with me. Wait, could there be other guests in the bath too?
It'll be interesting how this is animated in P3R.
If that's the case, would we be causing trouble walking around like this?
Is someone here? You called out to the depths of the hot spring. There's no answer.
I guess not. Is it really a ghost? Who am I kidding? I don't see anything particularly suspicious.
Let's check the hot water supply. Check near, but all you found there is hot water steaming
Nothing
out.
here. not scared, you know.
Oh, sure you aren't. Watch out, a shark might come out. You know, a shark might come out of the sink.
What was that? An animal?
A person maybe, alright?
But no one answered when I called out a second ago. Maybe I was just hearing things. Should we go check up on Fuka?
Let's check ahead first.
Why? Is there someplace over there that seems suspicious?
The hollow in that rock?
Really? I was kinda deliberately avoiding that area. It feels like something might jump out.
What could jump out here?
Wait a sec. Wouldn't that mean a person could hide there?
Who are we thinking? Junpei? Ryoji? Or just some random dude?
Let's check it out. Huh?
You can see someone in the hollow area of the rock. It's Junpei, Akihiko, and Ryoji. All of them? Those jerks. All three of them. I was unexpected that Akihiko would be with the gang.
Wait, this is just a misunderstanding.
Let me guess, you went into the wrong side of the... Gonna pretend you went in the wrong bath side?
Silence! I'm going to execute you all!
It was nice knowing you.
It was nice knowing you. Alright, well. There you have it. I imagine Makoto Yuki's one that he's gonna somehow get roped in with the guys, and it explains why they are hiding in the cove or something like that, possibly. Even you'll be leaving Kyoto by bullet train in the afternoon. You're free until then.
Everyone remembers what time we're meeting at Kyoto Station, yes? Then please be on time. If any of you are late, I'm the one who will be blamed.
Man, she's so
Well, let's go.
bitter. Yoji?
Good morning.
Oh, it's Junpei.
Come on, ditch those idiots. Let's go.
Everyone took a quick glance before walking past them. Mitsuru didn't even stop to glance.
Curse you, Kyoto.
I want to know what the explanation is from the guy's
Hello?
perspective. Wow, that was fast. How was Kyoto? Nah, man, I'm so tired. But it was a lot of fun. I bought you back some souvenir stories, so I'll tell you them later. Oh, okay. I can't wait to hear them. We can't go to Tartarus tonight. We're all too tired. Let's go tomorrow night. Even though we don't have anything to fight for anymore. What the? Alright, we gotta give the souvenir. Here you go. Oh, Namayatsuhashi. Yay, it's got the sweet red beans. Sweet red bean, yep. You're welcome. By the way, I noticed that the girls seem to be holding the guys in contempt. But I can't imagine why. Oh, alright, we're gonna take Koromaru on a walk here. I'm not surprised to see Koromaru so happy. You guys were gone for a while. It seems like you guys had fun on the trip. Everyone's been talking about it non-stop in the lounge. Only Koromaru and I were at the dorm, so it was really quiet. Oh, it was just two of them. I can't remember the last time things were so quiet around there. I stayed up watching the late night show with Koromaru in the lounge. Then I dozed off for a while. It was too quiet and I couldn't get much sleep. So they were just chilling alone. And it's probably because we spent so much time together alone these past few days. Nah, Koro just telepathic. Oh, here we go again. Oh, don't be Edogawa, please. Oh, after the day off on Monday, we got career experiences starting on Tuesday. Where have they got you working? Tuesday and Wednesday, I've got a construction job. And on Thursday and Friday, I'm at a gas station. That's just as bad as mine. I'll be picking up empty cans. Really? So, did everyone enjoy the school trip? I didn't. I couldn't care less about shrines and temples. Career week starts Tuesday. Just think of it as another boring field trip for social studies. Going out into the real world is pretty tough. By the end of the week, you'll understand. Myself, I'm glad for a chance to relax. Does anyone have any fond memories from the trip they like to share with the class? Come on now, don't hide your faces. So my idea was to go to Guam for the field trip, but none of the other teachers agreed. In fact, they all had their own ideas too. Mr. Ekoda stumped for Kyoto as usual, but Mr. Ono wanted to go to northeast of Japan. I'm still not sure why. Mr. Onishi suggested a spa, and Mr. Takenosuka wanted to ride the maglev train. Mrs. Terauchi didn't care where we went as long as she could bring her husband. She's so annoying. What we need is someone to take charge. The reason we go to Kyoto everywhere is because no one takes control. so unhinged. Alright, so now we gotta take care of some business. Is it you? Oh, that drink. Can I see it? Oh, is this the limited edition drink you can only get in Kyoto? Wow, impressive. I have to drink. There you go, you can have it. Well, I can't let you have it for free. Sure. Wait, what is this one? Oh, the Odin drink. Okay. Do you think if we made those persimmon into a drink, maniacs all over the country would like it? That's weird. I don't think I've ever had a persimmon drink before. An Odin drink sounds pretty interesting. All right, it's time. It's time to start our one of our final social links. Things have settled down. Since I'm a senior, I was thinking of assigning more tasks. There's some free time. I'll show up in the meetings, of course. All rumors, you seem to be studying really hard. Impressive, but try not to stress yourself out. Yeah, my academics. Okay. It's time to start the Empress. Ramen, really? Shiomi. Mitsuru is trying to get your attention. Please tell me what the etiquette here is. Are there any customs I need to follow? Oh, now I'm having Riko Tanemura flashbacks because Riko is very similar to. Make noise when eating, add a lot of spices, eat before it gets soggy, drink all your soup, eat before it gets soggy. I understand. So I should eat quickly before the noodles expand. Doing so must show appreciation to the chef. Bon appetit. Okay, let's eat. Mitsuru is enjoying her ramen. The taste is quite interesting. I thought it tasted strange at first, but as I continued to eat, I realized it had a subtle charm to it. It's quite delicious. Pardon me, chef? Chef? You talking to me? The ramen tastes absolutely wonderful. It's been a while since I last complimented the chef. What do you use for bouillon? Bouillon? What the heck is that? Anyways, if you want to know the recipe, sorry, I can't tell you, lady. Without our secret recipe, we'd be out of business. Benito? Well then, If it's a secret, I completely understand. You don't have to tell me. Now, this would be considered a meal if one were to eat it with rice, yes? That's very interesting. No, that's not. You could probably make more money if you patented the recipe and sold it. Patented a recipe and sold it. Oh, sorry, my imagination got the best of me. I've been wanting to try ramen for a long time. Does that make me strange? Yes, it does. I see. I could have come here any time, but I felt awkward coming alone. I'm so glad you're here with me. You've taught me so much about ramen etiquette. I'm not sure that I did. Let's eat ramen here again sometime. Maladjusted. Are you the Empress? Yes, you are. Oh, it's almost 4 AM already. Look at the time. We should go. I know, right?
Hi, how was your day?
Ryuji-kun. Ryoji-kun was just here. He came to hang out with Junpei-kun. It's not often that we get visitors here. Yeah, do you think it's okay? I'm actually surprised that he's not with a girl. Hey, where's Aigis? I saw her on the second floor. Really? Maybe she's with Koronmaru. It's not like them to be gone. Interesting. Interesting. I think I need something from you. Yeah, Feather Aladar. Phoenix Ranger Featherman R. Isn't that a prize that comes with a pack of gum? I'm too old for that. What would you want one? You're an adult. Can you keep a secret? You have one, don't you? Give me that. I had an extra postcard. I thought I might as well send it in. And I have a duplicate of this one already. I'm sure you do. I never knew you liked Phoenix Ranger Featherman R. Okay. Alright, let's turn this up. The zombie peeps everywhere. Ah, a can of Oden juice. It seems like any other ordinary can of juice, but inside, 36 degrees. It's rather lukewarm. The sensation on my tongue, like eggs or radishes. Very mysterious. I see technology advances at a rapid pace. I'll wait until later to savor the taste of this juice. More outfits. It seems you've completed another request. One moment, please, while I check. The label says it's expensive dog food, but... Oh, it's fit for wolves and tigers, too? But this aroma, it's giving me a strange sense of nostalgia that I can't explain. Don't tell me. Did my sister truly force me to eat? Thank you very much. You had me. Elizabeth gave him dog food. Alright, that's funny. How's dogs? Seems you've completed another request. Alright. A Phoenix Ranger Featherman R action figure. May I see it? Interesting. You can put it in various poses and play with it. And when you want to fire the laser beams from its eyes, you press the button on its bottom. Do you have a button here too? Oh no, that's not what I meant. I'm sorry. Oh, that was a little bit sus. Alright, I think we're good, right? Yeah, we're good. Alright. We're committed to hanging out with Ryoji, so let's get to it. Tomorrow's the day. Dun, dun. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, they're just up there. Okay. Da-da-da. Ooh.
What am I drawing? Why am I... What the...
The guys.
It has been a while.
That voice.
I'm glad to see you once again.
Of course.
Jin, the instruments, if you would.
Here.
Jin tossed a darkly shining gun onto Chidori's
Don't
head.
tell me you've forgotten what your evoker looks like.
I trust you do not need to be restrained.
Takaya.
Surely you understand. There is nowhere for you to go. You must come with us. Death is not to be feared. You need only fear.
Yes, I know.
Excellent.
Chidori turned around as she was leaving the room.
It's all his fault. Since the day I met him, I've experienced nothing, and I've become afraid of dying.
But that's...
Hey, hurry up, Chidori!
That's meaning. Life's meaning.
Medea, let's go.
Yikes. I think I... This does sound familiar. Alright. Going to Kyoto was fun. Going out with everyone, seeing and eating so many different things. Then we go to bed and wake up and do it all over again the next day. It was amazing. It was a lot of fun. I had fun too. Yeah, you were laughing a lot, Kotone-chan. Did you see this? I bought it at one of the souvenir shops. Ryuji is wearing a thin ring on his finger. I didn't notice at all. I guess it's a proof of the fun memories I've made. I felt like I wanted a reminder of those times. And then I saw this in the store. Ryoji tenderly caressing the ring. Rings are mysterious. When you get used to wearing one, it's as natural as if you were born with it. At the same time, it feels constricting. When I look at it, it reminds me of the good times I had. I think that rings are things that bind memories to the person who wears them. I think I get it. Yeah. He laughs peacefully. This is my treasure. I hope I'll get more and more treasures as life goes on. I'm sure that it'll be the case. If I'm with you. Smiles happily. Mochizuki. What a family name.
Are you the one I've been waiting for all this time? I know you. I feel like I've known you for a very long time.
He seems to be muttering to himself. He seems to be distressed by this. Spent some time quietly talking with him. Interesting. They add like a couple lines here and there. Where's Junpei at? Where are you? Okay. I wonder what will happen to Chidori after she gets out of hospital. Will she be able to live a normal life like an ordinary girl? If you help her? Yeah, you're right. There must be something that only I can do. Thanks, dude. I don't know if that changes anything. I certainly don't remember doing that. Can we walk with you? No. Alright, we're just gonna go to bed. No thoughts, just potato. Okay. Alright. I don't think she makes it, right? I don't remember.
Sorry to wake you. I'm not sure how to say this, but you need to go to the 4th floor, and please hurry.
What's going on? Yamagishi sent something. Other Persona users. They're outside Tartarus.
Other Persona users? Don't tell me it's...
Strega. They're still alive.
Those bastards!
First the Dark Hour won't go away, and now Strega is back? What's happening?
How many are there, Yamagishi?
There's only one, but I thought she was in the hospital.
Huh?
No, she's inside. Ah!
What's wrong?
Long time no see.
Chidori?
She's speaking through Yamagishi.
I can't stand the sight of you all anymore. So I've decided to do something about it. Come to me.
Yamagishi!
I'm all right.
What the heck? I thought she was... Junpei, do you know what's going on? Junpei!
No, damn it, I have no idea. Just leave me the hell alone.
Junpei? Junpei, wait!
This is most likely a trap. But we're dealing with Strega, so we must pursue this. And if we confront them, we may gain some insight into our current situation.
Please, be careful. I only sensed one person, but the other two may be nearby.
Indeed. We'll have no idea what they're planning, so choose your allies wisely. We'll go after Iori once you've made your decision.
We'll stick with the same choices. Since that's the last harder sauce excursion, you know? I feel like I had some equipment, right? Okay. Clearly nothing here. Right. Okay. What is this? Restore SP each battle? I'm okay with that. Oh, because I have the doll. Okay. What was Yukari? Wait. No, composite. Okay. Oh, I see. Okay. We're okay. Did we get anything for you? Oh, poison. Wait, but this is high crit. We're fine. Gonna keep. Aww. Okay. Right. I think we picked up a dog suit. Okay. No, nothing for your bare paws. Okay. Alright. Let's go. Hunting. Okay.
Chidori! What's going on? Why are you doing this? It doesn't make any sense. I mean, I know I'm not that smart, and I've done a lot of stupid stuff, but we shouldn't be fighting like this.
Junpei-kun, look out!
Whoa!
Junpei barely dodged Chidori's axe.
Hey, that was dangerous! You could have killed someone there! Chidori! Why?
Get back, Junpei. It's useless trying to reason with her.
No, it's too dangerous. I know how you feel, Junpei-kun, but please, just back up.
Medea.
I think I still remember this. Like how the character models look. Alright. Oh boy.
I don't belong here. I've always known that.
Okie dokie.
Give me a sec. I'll scan the target.
Let's just go for it. Okay. Sure.
Persona!
YOLO.
Takaya was right. You're a nuisance.
It doesn't seem like darkness will work.
Oh, drain on fire. I see. Fair enough. Song of Life.
Medea!
Oh, charm. Okay, that's still fine.
Akihiko-senpai is charmed. Use Charm D.
Yeah. Yukari goes second, I think.
Hang in there!
Oh, she doesn't have that as a AoE.
Persona!
It's okay.
This pain is insignificant. The suffering my heart bears is far greater.
Ow, that actually hurts quite a lot. The heck?
Come forth!
Do it on Kodo, I dare you. Oh. Oh, the homunculus? Oh yeah, that's right. They are automatically consumed. Awkward.
Persona! Hang in there!
I won't lose.
Who said you can consume my homunculi?
Why? Why won't you leave me alone? I just don't get it, Junpei.
I wonder if there's it'd be awesome to get like alternative like conditions for these battles. It'd be pretty neat.
Come forth!
Oh yeah, you're not gonna have an opportunity. No sir.
I summon you! Persona!
Pay back the favorite.
I won't lose.
Boop.
Chidori!
I told you, don't touch me.
Chidori, please. Tell me why you're doing this.
What I fear most isn't death. What I fear most is attachment. Once I become attached to something, I fear that I will lose it. That's why we only live for the moment. But you brought me pain. Pain that I didn't want. Pain that I never asked for.
Huh?
When I'm with you, Junpei, I fear everything. I fear loss. I fear death. I fear that my time with you will end. That's why
Chidori?
I'm sensing...
What? What is it?
It's the others from Strega!
So then...
There you are, you sons of bitches!
Chidori, I see that it is too late. You've been poisoned by them.
What the hell does that mean, you friggin' ghost?
I am no ghost. Fate permitted me to live, even though I wasn't attached to life. You might say I was chosen.
You bastard! I've made up my mind. I won't let you do this to her anymore! I'll protect Chidori with my life!
Junpei.
Chidori, don't stay with them! Come with me!
Look out, Junpei!
Junpei looked down blankly at his stomach. A blood stain is spreading across his shirt.
Junpei.
Stanley shook Junpei, who fell over. Junpei isn't moving.
I'm so happy you're awake.
Chidori? Huh? I thought I was...
I was wrong. I was scared and I blamed you for my heartache. I never felt that way before I met you, Junpei. And for the first time in my life, I realized what I wanted.
And what is that?
I want to be with you, Junpei. Forever.
I want to be with you, too.
But it could never last. I'm different from you. Since the moment I gained my power, I've known the day I was going to die.
What?
Knowing that scared me because I had never really thought about dying, and it made me realize that I wouldn't be with you anymore.
Chidori.
That's why this is how it should be. You can't die here, Junpei.
Die? Huh?
Junpei-kun! Junpei!
Huh? What the...
Junpei touched his stomach. His shirt is torn, but the wound is completely gone.
It worked.
She revived him. I can't believe it.
Her power is the opposite of mine. Her persona doesn't sense life. It emits life. But in order to revive a person, she must...
I did it.
Chidori!
Junpei held the fallen Chidori in his hands, in his arms.
I can hear the life pulsing through you. Now I will live inside you, and we'll be together forever.
What are you saying? Chidori? Chidori?
I'll protect you, Junpei. Always.
I'll protect you too. Please! Don't go!
It feels so nice to be with you.
Chidori!
Thank you, Junpei. I love you.
Chidori's lifeless body becomes heavy in Junpei's arms.
This can't be happening. Chidori! Chidori, answer me! Chidori! Ah!
Oh, what a pity. Such a meaningless death.
Meaningless?
Hmm?
Ah!
Junpei quickly draws his evoker.
Ah! Persona!
Medea?
I think that's one of the strongest spells, right? I don't remember if that was one.
Burn in hell!
What?
Ah! I refuse to
Junpei!
My, that was quite a spectacle. Now, allow me to reciprocate.
Takaya is smiling eerily, but his knees were shaking.
Takaya, don't! Don't forget about your mission! This is just a waste of energy!
I have something much greater to accomplish. And since you have no means of destroying the Dark Hour, I will let you be. For now. But know that the day I shall finish this is soon approaching.
I have no idea how the SEGA guys concluded.
Wait!
Tries to stand up, but fell down again.
Junpei!
Let go! She entrusted you with this life. Don't waste it. Chidori.
Junpei gently touched Chidori's cheeks.
Chidori, This is so hard, but it's not just my life anymore.
Junpei.
Everyone was silent as you walked back to the dorm together. No one could find the right words to say to Junpei. Labor Thanksgiving Day. I think we can do whatever we want now, right? What are our social links? Automatic, can't do anything there. I don't think I can do anything there either. Fortune. And I don't think he's available. Yep. Yeah, I don't think we can do anything. Okay. Sure. So I guess we can just chill. Yeah.
Hello.
Sona's room. Me too. Me too. Can I chill with Koro? Sure. What do you got for me, boy? Okay. We have career day. Next 4 days are career experience days. Okay. A while, but you will help clean here for the next 4 days. Okay. Garbage is overflowing with food that expired and had to be tossed out. That's exciting. Oh, you're just straight up. Okay. Alright, today's the last day of career experience. From what the manager tells you, many of the ingredients used are imported from the developing countries. Some regions seem to have become rich due to exports. You feel as if you learned something important that cannot be easily dismissed as a wasted week. Fair enough. Stop by Chocolate Cafe on your way back home. Ryoji called you. I'm sorry to call you over without warning. Am I interrupting anything important? I'm alright. I see. I was in the same group as Junpei-kun, but he never showed up at the beginning. He only came on one of the days because the teacher said that he had to. Something seems really strange about him though. I talked to him, but he didn't seem like he was listening at all. He looked like he was about to cry. Did something happen? Should I not ask about it? He looks down sadly. Junpei-kun is someone I care about. That's why I worried. I've never seen him this way before. I wonder if there's anything I can do. You can sense Ryoji's deep concern for Junpei. I feel that you come to. Interesting. Okay. So, little to say.
Hello.
He's not feeling well. Okay. After all he's been through. Okay. Go to bed or we walk? You wanna go on a walk, little boy? Okay. Nope. Just gonna go to bed. Wait. Probably missing people again? Yep. Okay. Mitsuru. Interesting. So this is what it looks like inside. It's surprisingly small. Mitsuru seems nervous. Is this your first time? Well, technically yes, but I did pass by here once with Akihiko. So I understand that you don't eat with utensils here. I must admit that I'm not very familiar with fast food etiquette. I'm glad you're here with me. It's forcing a smile. Is it profitable to sell these items at such a low price? I'd be interested to know the average cost per unit. Mitsuru seems intrigued. Riko does the bills and stuff too, right? Oh, sorry, I was lost in thought again. I didn't ask you here just to eat. I'm actually curious what they're gonna write in for Mitsuru and Riko when they interact with each other. That's soon. I wanted to express my personal thanks to you. We are all facing a trial, in the true sense of the term, and we're made it this far because we've been blessed with each other. I admit that I've been hard on you, much more so than the others, but I just wanted you to know I appreciate your contribution. Let's start. What's your game, though? Oh, I didn't realize it was so late. When I'm with you, time seems to pass so quickly. Unfortunately, I have another engagement. This was fun. We should do it again sometime. I apologize for the inconvenience. I'll see you later. Okay. Mitsuru called everyone together once they got home.
Cheer up, Junpei.
Yeah. So what do you want?
This came for you. It's from the hospital.
Is this Chidori's sketchbook?
They were going through her items when they found that.
Oh. I know I have to snap out of this, but it's just so hard.
Shut up, Junpei. I know how you feel.
Hey, Junpei, can I take a look?
You wouldn't be able to understand her drawings anyways.
Wait, is this? Wow, it's really good.
This is amazing. Who wouldn't be able to understand it?
Oh, can we see it? Can we see it? Junpei peeked in the sketchbook.
Is this?
It's a detailed portrait of Junpei-san.
The next page, and the next. Every page is devoted to Junpei.
Chidori,
Junpei.
it's like she's telling me to stop moping around.
She must be looking out for you.
Hey, I promised to fight to get rid of the Dark Hour. I'm usually just looking out for number one, so it's been hard for me sometimes to accept that you're our leader, but I want you to know, I've got nothing but faith in your skills.
You can do it.
You got it. Let's keep rocking together.
Junpei.
Nine. When did it get to 9? I kind of want to save it here because this is kind of it. Maybe I'll come back to the save in a bit. Alright, time to go to bed. This is where we decide if we want to be friends with Ryoji or more than that, I think. We'll do the platonic route. Okay. Together, you climbed over the gates and quickly made your way to the room. Oh. I wonder where we'll get in trouble if someone finds us. We'll just have to oh, you can't actually. Well, just have to not be seen, I suppose. Ah, I see. You're an interesting person. He laughs gently. When I'm done, I don't feel right. I think I'm scared. Thinking about you, it scares me. The fact that tomorrow will come scares me. I can't figure out why. Hey, Kotone-chan, I'm... You're Ryoji. Hearing my name from your lips makes it sound so wonderful. Thank you. I don't want to lose you because you're important to me. That's probably why I'm scared.
You're the only one there is for me. The only one I want. So please, stay with me.
I feel that you need to respond carefully to this. So, this is where it is divided. We're just gonna do as a friend. Actually, it's kind of interesting. Yeah, so we saved before this just to see what happens. Anything's fine. I'll be your friend as long as I can stay by your side. You're the most precious thing in the world to me, more precious than my own life. Foreshadowing. Foreshadowing. Okay. Look, the ocean's glimmering. Why does it hurt when I see things that are so beautiful? It's so strange. Is you're gonna utterly and indiscriminately destroy everything. The full moon's almost here. Okay, no shadows have appeared. Alright, so we're finally got to... Whoops. The next, like, Tartarus excursion. This is where we're gonna stop for the day. I don't know how long this section is getting. The last section took like the whole time, so we'll see. There's still more. Alright. That's a wrap for me today. Lots of things transpire. I am really like I'm looking forward to seeing how they add like cutscenes and animations for all that. I still recall when they use like these character models, like little sprites to animate that scene. So memory hasn't gone too far away. I believe this also includes the FES stuff, and I don't recall that what I did for the FES stuff. If I even did it, played the FES version, I'll have to check. Anyways, that's a wrap for today. Got to see a lot of the story, of course, the pivotal moments, right? Especially the betrayal of Ikutsuki. For whatever reason, the first time I saw his face, I'm like, there's a reason to be angry at Ikutsuki. Or like, and when that scene was set up, it's like, oh, okay. I still remember. Alright, folks, that's a wrap today. You're gonna watch this later. Arigatou gozaimasu. As always, feel free to follow along. Pick up P3P for yourself or P3R, right? It'll be really wonderful. Sometime in near Christmas is when we're gonna see how they like change things or edit things and add animation to all of these things. Until tomorrow, we'll continue with our Tartarus excursion, the last block of Tartarus. I'm not sure if the last block is broken into 2 halves or not. Alright, folks. Until then, you're always welcome to come on by and yap, discuss, share. Enjoy some classic JRPG stuff, right? I can't believe I'm saying classic, which is like 20 years ago. But we still got classic RPGs like from 30 plus, right? So until next time. 皆さんまたね。見てくれてありがとう。See you guys on the next one. Thanks for watching. Bye bye.